Before I get into this one, if you're new here, welcome. And if this is not your first time watching, you already know what this channel is about. This is a story about someone who spent years working in one of the most remote parts of this country, told mostly in their own words. If a story like this one keeps you up a little later than you planned, do me a favor and hit subscribe, drop a like on the video, and tell me in the comments if you have ever felt like something in the woods was paying closer attention to you than it should have been. It genuinely helps the channel more than you know, and I read every comment. All right, let's get into it. My name doesn't matter for this one, but my job does. I worked 5 seasons as a backcountry ranger in Denali National Park and Preserve, mostly out of the Western District, which most visitors never see because the road only goes so far and everything past that point is foot travel, bush plain, or nothing at all. 6 million acres, one road, and once you're off it, the wilderness does not care how experienced you are. I want to say that up front because what I'm about to describe did not happen to someone careless. It happened to me and to 2 other rangers I trust completely, in a place that has a name on the park's internal maps and a very different kind of reputation among the small handful of people who actually go there. There is a patrol cabin at approximately mile 40 of the old mining route that runs along a drainage we call Sable Creek internally, though that's not its real name either, because none of us who know the place like using its actual designation out loud. The cabin was built in the 1930s by a trapper who worked the area before it became parkland, and it was later adopted by the Park Service as an emergency patrol shelter, the kind of structure you find every 20 or 30 miles across the interior, stocked with basic supplies, a wood stove, a logbook, meant to keep a stranded ranger or researcher alive through a bad storm. Every patrol cabin in the park has a logbook. It's tradition and it's practical. Whoever stays there writes the date, conditions, wildlife sightings, anything relevant for the next person who might need the information. Reading old logbooks is one of the small pleasures of the job, honestly. You get decades of handwriting, decades of small human moments. Someone noting a caribou herd crossing at dawn, someone complaining about a leaky roof, someone just writing that they made it through a whiteout and were grateful to be alive. The Mile 40 Cabin's logbook is different, and I did not understand how different until my second winter on staff. I want to explain the assignment first, because context matters. Denali runs a winter caretaker program, a skeleton crew of rangers who rotate through remote patrol cabins during the coldest months, mostly to maintain a Park Service presence, check on wildlife corridors, and be available in the extremely rare case that someone needs rescue during the off-season, though realistically almost nobody is out there in January. It is solitary work. You are typically alone in a cabin for stretches of 1 to 2 weeks, resupplied by ski plane when weather allows, and otherwise completely on your own with a radio, a wood stove, and whatever supplies you packed in. I drew the Mile 40 rotation in my second winter, 2 weeks in late January, temperatures running consistently below -20, which is normal for that time of year and that far into the interior. I had done winter caretaker rotations before at 2 other cabins without incident, so I was not nervous going in. If anything, I was looking forward to it. There's a particular kind of peace in that kind of isolation once you get used to it, a silence so total it becomes almost restful. The cabin itself was exactly what I expected from the file photos. Single room, wood stove, a sleeping loft, a table, shelving stocked with emergency rations, and the logbook sitting in a waterproof case on the table, the way it always does. I settled in the first evening, got the stove going, made dinner, and before bed, I did what every caretaker does. I opened the logbook to log my arrival and read through the previous entries to catch up on recent conditions. The most recent entry before mine was from 3 weeks earlier, another ranger named Owen Castellano finishing his own rotation. His entry was normal. Weather notes, a caribou sighting, a comment about needing to rechink one of the wall logs before next winter. Standard stuff. I logged my own arrival below his and went to sleep. I want to describe the radio schedule because it matters to what happened next. Winter caretakers check in with dispatch at the main district office twice daily, morning and evening, on a fixed schedule, using a satellite radio that is the cabin's only reliable communication with anyone. It is not optional. If you miss 2 consecutive scheduled check-ins, dispatch initiates a welfare check, which in winter conditions it can take a day or more to actually reach you, depending on weather and aircraft availability. Everyone takes the schedule seriously for that reason alone. On my 4th night at the cabin, I did my evening check-in on schedule, reported normal conditions, nothing unusual, and went to bed around 10. I woke up sometime after midnight to the sound of the cabin's outer door latch moving. Not the wind. The specific mechanical sound of the actual latch being lifted from outside. I want to be precise that this is an interior cabin latch, the kind you lift with your thumb, and it is loud enough and distinct enough that there is no mistaking it for wind or a settling structure. I had bolted the interior deadbolt before bed, as every caretaker is trained to do, both for bear safety in warmer months and simply out of habit that carries into winter even though bears are denayed up by January. The latch lifted twice, paused, lifted a 3rd time, and then stopped. I lay still in the loft for what felt like a long time, maybe 10 minutes, listening. No footsteps in the snow outside that I could hear, though the wind was up enough that night that footsteps might have been masked. No further sound at the door. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been a wind gust catching the latch mechanism in some way I didn't fully understand. I went back to sleep, uneasy but not alarmed enough to break radio silence over it. In the morning, I checked the door and the latch mechanism carefully. It was in good working order, no obvious way for wind alone to lift it from outside 3 separate times with a pause between each attempt. I looked at the snow around the cabin's single small window and around the door. There were no footprints, not partial prints, not old prints filled in by drifting snow. Nothing. Given the wind overnight, fresh snow could plausibly have covered light tracks, so I did not read too much into the absence of prints at the time. I logged the incident factually in the logbook that morning, the same way I would log any anomaly, date, time, description, no speculation, because that is what the logbook is for. That evening, out of curiosity more than anything, I went back through the older entries in the logbook, further back than I had bothered to read on my first night. I was looking for whether anyone else had ever logged something similar. What I found instead was stranger than a matching entry would have been. There is a section of the logbook, roughly a dozen entries spread across almost 40 years, going back as far as the 1980s, where different caretakers in different years, using visibly different handwriting, ink, and even different logbook volumes as the books were replaced over the decades, each independently described the exact same thing. The door latch lifting at night, always after midnight, always with a pause between attempts, always with no tracks in the snow afterward. Some entries were brief and factual like mine. A few were longer. One from 1994, written by a caretaker whose name I will not use here out of respect for privacy, described staying awake for the rest of that night with a flashlight trained on the door, and wrote that the latch lifted a 4th time while she was watching it directly, with her hand nearly on the deadbolt, and that nothing pushed against the door afterward, no weight against the wood, nothing, as if whatever was lifting the latch had no interest in actually opening the door once. She was awake and aware of it. I sat with that entry for a long time that second evening. I remember the stove ticking as it cooled and thinking about how many different people spread across 4 decades, none of whom could plausibly have coordinated a joke or a shared delusion, had all described the identical detail of a pause between latch attempts. That specific rhythm, lift, pause, lift, is not something you'd expect 2 unrelated people to invent independently if they were simply spooked by wind and imagining things. It is too oddly specific, too consistent. The following 2 nights were uneventful. I began to relax slightly, telling myself the incident was a one-time thing, that I had simply gotten the unlucky rotation where the wind did something unusual to an old latch mechanism, and that the historical entries were probably some combination of coincidence and cabin folklore feeding on itself over the years, each new caretaker half expecting it and half imagining what they'd been told to expect. On my 7th night, the latch lifted again, 3 times with pauses, exactly as before. This time I was awake before it started, unable to sleep, reading by headlamp in the loft. I heard it clearly from the beginning. I did not go down to the door. I stayed in the loft with my headlamp off, listening, and after the 3rd lift and pause, I heard something I had not heard the first time. A single word, spoken very quietly, close to the door, in a voice too muffled by the thick log wall to identify as male or female, young or old. I cannot make out the word with certainty. It sounded like it might have been a name, though not mine and not any name I recognized. It could equally have been wind distortion working on some other sound entirely, and I want to be honest that I cannot rule that out. But it did not feel like wind to me in the moment, and I have not been able to talk myself into that explanation since, no matter how many times I have tried. I did not sleep again that night. In the morning, I did my scheduled check-in, and against the instinct that had kept me quiet the first time, I reported the incident to dispatch, factually the same way I had logged it. The ranger on duty that morning, a longtime dispatcher named Patricia, on who has worked in that district office for almost 20 years, was quiet for a moment after I finished, and then asked me, without any surprise in her voice, whether it had happened 3 times with pauses. I said yes. She said that was consistent with what she'd heard before, and that mile 40 had something of a quiet reputation among the caretaker program, never formally documented anywhere beyond the logbook itself, never treated as an official hazard, but well known enough among the small pool of rangers who rotate through it that most caretakers, by the time they finish their first stay there, have heard at least secondhand that the door does that sometimes. I finished my rotation without further incident and was relieved by another ranger a week later. I told him what had happened, factually the way it had been told to me by nobody in particular before I arrived, and watched him take it the way I had, polite skepticism layered over something he wasn't quite willing to say out loud yet. I did one more winter rotation at mile 40 the following year, mostly because I did not want the incident to be the reason I avoided a piece of terrain I otherwise loved working in. Nothing happened that second time. No latch, no voice, 14 quiet nights, and a peaceful return to the road. I have wondered since whether it only happens to caretakers who are alone there for the first time, or whether it is simply unpredictable, or whether I got lucky the second time in a way I cannot explain any better than I can explain the first. Before I left the program for good, I made a point of talking to Owen Castellano, the ranger whose entry had been the last one in the logbook before mine that first winter, the one that read completely normal, no mention of anything unusual. I asked him directly whether he had experienced anything during his rotation. He was quiet for a moment, the same kind of quiet Patricia had been on the radio, and then he told me something he said he had never written down anywhere because he did not think anyone would believe a story that had left no evidence at all. He told me that on his last night at the cabin, he had woken to the sound of someone moving around inside the single room below the loft, footsteps on the wood floor, slow and deliberate, crossing from the door toward the stove and back again several times over the course of maybe 2 minutes. He said he had lain frozen in the loft, certain that if he looked over the edge he would see someone standing there, and equally certain that he did not want to know. Eventually the footsteps stopped. He waited a long time before working up the nerve to look down. The room was empty, the door still bolted from the inside exactly as he had left it. He checked the stove, the shelving, every corner of the small cabin. Nothing was disturbed. He said the strangest part was that the floorboards, which he knew from 2 weeks of living there, creaked loudly and unevenly under his own weight, had made no creaking sound at all under whatever had been walking across them that night. Only the flat, even sound of footsteps on wood, as if the person or thing making them weighed nothing at all. He never mentioned it in his logbook entry because, in his words, writing it down would have made it real in a way he wasn't ready for, and because he did not want the next caretaker reading his entry to walk and already afraid. I understood that instinct completely, because it was close to the reason I had almost stayed quiet about my own first night, and I imagine it is the same reason so many of the older entries I found were so brief and factual, stripped of the fear the caretakers must have actually felt while it was happening. Nobody wants to be the one who makes the cabin sound worse than it already is, even when every one of them privately believes it deserves the reputation. What has stayed with me longest is not the sound of a latch or the half-heard word through the wall, but the sheer consistency of it across so many years and so many different people who never met each other, never compared stories in real time, and had every reason to keep quiet rather than add another entry to a pattern they may not have even fully recognized as a pattern until they read back through the book the way I did. A forest, or in this case a stretch of frozen interior wilderness, can hold on to something for a very long time if enough people keep quietly stepping around it instead of confronting it directly. And I think that is exactly what has happened at Mile 40 for the better part of a century, ever since long before the Park Service ever put a logbook on that table. I no longer work in Denali, though I think about that cabin more than almost anywhere else. I worked across 5 seasons in the wilderness. If you ever find yourself reading a patrol cabin logbook anywhere in the backcountry, take the time to read all the way back through the old entries, not just the recent ones. Sometimes the most important information in that book is not the weather. The Widow Grove. I have been a backcountry ranger in Redwood National Park for 14 years. Before that, I spent 3 seasons with the Forest Service in the Trinity Alps and a winter doing avalanche work in the Sierra. I'm telling you this not to impress you, but so you understand something. I'm not a person who gets rattled easily. I have pulled 2 bodies out of Redwood Creek during flood season. I have sat with a hiker who broke his femur 11 miles from the nearest road and kept him talking for 6 hours until the helicopter could get through the fog. I know what fear feels like when it has a normal cause. This is not that. Most people who visit this park never leave the main corridor. They walk the Lady Bird Johnson Grove. They take photos next to trees older than the Roman Empire, and they go home happy, and rightly so, because that part of the park is genuinely one of the most beautiful places on Earth. But the park is over 130,000 acres, and most of it sees almost nobody. The interior groves along the upper reaches of Redwood Creek and its side drainages are some of the least visited old-growth forest left on the West Coast. There are sections back there that get maybe a dozen human visits a year, and half of those are us. I want to be precise about what I am about to describe because precision is the only thing that has kept me sane about it. This is not a ghost story. Nobody died there that I know of, at least not recently. Not that anyone reported. I'm not going to tell you a tree is haunted. I'm going to tell you what I saw, what I measured, and what 4 other people who have worked this district longer than me have independently confirmed, without ever comparing notes with each other beforehand. Then you could decide what to make of it. There is a grove off a side drainage we call Bear Creek internally, though that is not its name on any map, because giving a real name felt like giving it more attention than it deserved. It sits about 2.5 miles off the nearest maintained trail, up a drainage so choked with vine maple and down timber that you cannot make more than half a mile an hour through in summer, and you simply cannot get through it all for about 5 months of the year once the creek comes up. There is no trail to it. There has never been a trail to it. You get there by bushwhacking, and only 4 people currently on staff know the route well enough to find it without a GPS track, because a GPS track only tells you where to go, not how to physically move your body through that terrain without breaking an ankle. I found it by accident in my 2nd season on a fisheries survey with a biologist named Renata, who has since transferred to Yosemite. We were counting salmon reds in a tributary that does not have an official name, just a number on the hydrology maps. We came up out of the creek bottom to get around a log jam and ended up higher on the slope than we meant to be in a stand of old growth that neither of us recognized from any map. The first thing I noticed was the light. Redwood canopy in general is dim. Everyone who has walked under old-growth redwoods knows that particular green twilight, even at midday. But this stand was darker than that, darker in a way that did not match the canopy density above us. I remember looking up and thinking the trees did not seem tall enough or thick enough overhead to account for how little light was reaching the ground. It felt like standing in a room with the wrong number of light bulbs for its eyes. The second thing I noticed was the quiet. Redwood forest floor is usually alive with small sound even when it looks still. Banana slugs moving through duff, Steller's jays somewhere up in the canopy, the constant faint trickle of water finding its way downhill even in dry months because the fog drip never really stops back there. This grove had none of it. Renata noticed it before I said anything. She stopped walking and said, "Does it feel wrong in here to you?" And I said yes, and neither of us could explain what wrong meant. We did not linger. We had salmon to count, and we were already off our planned route. So we worked our way back down to the creek and finished the survey, and I honestly did not think much more about it that day. It was the kind of odd feeling you file away and forget. I brought it up that evening back at the station anyway, mostly as a funny aside, to a trail supervisor named Walt Bristow who has been with this park for over 25 years. I described where we had ended up, the strange quiet, the light that did not add up. Walt was eating dinner out of a plastic container, and he set his fork down slowly and asked me exactly where. I described it as best I could, the drainage, the log jam, the direction we had climbed. He asked if we had gone and passed a big double-leader redwood near the base of the slope, one with a burn scar shaped almost like an arrow pointing uphill. I said yes, actually, we had walked right past something like that. He nodded once and said, "That is the Widow Grove, and we don't go up there." I asked why we called it that. He said the older trail crews called it that decades before he started, and nobody living seemed to know the actual origin of the name anymore, only that it had always meant one thing to everyone who used it: stay out. I asked if there was an official closure on it, a hazard designation, anything in the district records. He said no. It has never been mapped, never been surveyed, never appeared in any resource management document, because as far as the park's official records are concerned, it does not exist. It is simply a piece of forest that 4 or 5 people over the decades have quietly agreed to avoid and to steer everyone else away from without ever writing down why. The same way you would avoid a specific tide pool because your grandmother told you not to swim there and you never questioned it enough to ask her the reason before she passed. That should have been the end of it for me. For almost 2 years, it mostly was. I stayed out of that drainage on purpose, which was not hard, since there was no professional reason to go up there and plenty of reason not to bushwhack through blackberry thickets and vine maple tangles for no operational purpose. But I am the kind of person who cannot leave a locked door alone, and eventually curiosity did what curiosity does. In my 4th season, on a slow October week with almost no visitors in the backcountry and clear weather forecast for 4 straight days, I told myself I was doing an unofficial hazard assessment. If there was something dangerous back there, unstable ground, a hidden sinkhole, an old mining shaft, it was arguably my job to know about it, even if nobody had ever asked me to look. I want to be honest that this reasoning was mostly an excuse. I want to see it again and understand what I'd felt. I went in alone, which I do not recommend to anyone, and would formally write up any ranger under my supervision for doing. I found the double-leader tree with the arrow-shaped burn scar without much trouble. My memory of it was better than I expected, and I climbed the slope the same way Renata and I had 2 years earlier. The grove looked exactly as I remembered it. Same unaccountable dimness. Same total absence of sound. The trees themselves, when I actually looked at them carefully this time, instead of just feeling uneasy, were unremarkable old growth coast redwoods, large but not unusually so for this part of the park, 6 to 9 feet in diameter, deeply furrowed reddish bark, healthy-looking crowns as far as I could see through the canopy gaps. Nothing about any individual tree looked wrong. It was the collective feeling of the place that was wrong, in a way I still cannot fully articulate. Something about how evenly the light was absorbed, how completely the forest floor swallowed footstep sound, how the temperature felt several degrees colder than the drainage I had just climbed out of despite no obvious source of cold air. I did what I do professionally. I started documenting. I took a compass bearing on the slope orientation, and it read normal for the terrain. I photographed several of the larger trees for size reference. I noted soil composition, which was unremarkable duff and mineral soil, nothing like the strange bright sphagnum some old-timers describe finding in isolated pockets elsewhere in the park. I checked my GPS, which acquired a signal without difficulty and placed me exactly where the terrain suggested I should be. No anomaly there at all, which for some reason unsettled me more than an anomaly would have. I wanted there to be an equipment failure I could point to. There was not one. I walked further into the grove than Renata and I had gone, maybe another 100 yards uphill, working my way between trunks, taking photographs every 20 or 30 feet as a kind of discipline, a way of forcing myself to keep behaving like a professional instead of whatever the alternative was. About that 100-yard mark, I came to a downed redwood, an old giant, long dead, decayed enough that its bark had mostly sloughed away, lying across the slope roughly perpendicular to my direction of travel. Notably, unlike every other downed redwood I have ever seen in this park, there were no hemlock or spruce seedlings growing along its length. Redwood forest floor nurse logs are almost always thick with new growth. That is one of the defining features of how this ecosystem regenerates itself. This log was bare, not recently bare either. It had clearly been down for decades based on its decay state, plenty of time for a healthy nurse log community to establish, and nothing had. I climbed over it, and on the far side the character of the grove changed slightly. The trees were more evenly spaced here, which I noted at the time without fully processing what that meant, because natural old growth redwood spacing is irregular, clustered around family groups sprouted from a common root system, gapped where past fires or blowdowns took out individuals. This spacing was closer to what you would see in a managed plantation, though the trees themselves were clearly ancient, easily 800 to 1,000 years old based on bark characteristics and diameter, which made the even spacing genuinely strange, because nobody was managing redwood plantations 1,000 years ago in a national park. I stopped there and made myself take stock of what I was doing. I had walked well past the point where I had any operational justification for being there. I was alone, off any known route, with no one aware of my specific location. Every instinct I have built over 14 years of backcountry work was telling me the same single thing. Not as fear exactly, more like the flat, wordless certainty you feel standing at the edge of a cliff in the dark. Not now. Not further. I did not walk further. I want to be clear that nothing chased me. Nothing spoke. Nothing moved that I saw. I simply turned around, and as I did, I noticed something I had missed on the way in. Between two of the evenly spaced trunks, maybe 30 feet off my path, there was a section of ground where the duff and understory growth gave way to bare soil, roughly circular, 8 or 10 feet across. I did not walk over to examine it closely. I photographed it from where I stood, at maximum zoom, and I left. The photographs from that hike, when I looked at them back at the station, showed exactly what I remembered seeing, nothing more and nothing less, which somehow felt like its own small relief, though I could not have told you what I was afraid the camera might show instead. I told Walt what I had done. He was not angry, which surprised me. He just looked tired, and he told me a story I have not been able to fully shake since. In the late 1980s, before his time, but relayed to him by the crew leader who trained him, a young seasonal trail worker went up into that grove on his own initiative, much like I had, and came back describing a bare clearing with a worked stone at its center, flat-topped, deliberately placed in a section of forest that predates any documented human presence in that specific drainage by centuries. He went back a second time against direct instruction and came back different, according to the people who worked with him that season, quieter, unwilling to discuss what he had found the second time. And he left the park for good within a month and was never heard from by anyone at the station again. I never found a stone. I did not go far enough to find out whether there was one to find, and I have made my peace with never knowing, because the alternative, going back to look, is not something I'm willing to do. Walt was not the only one who talked to me about it that winter. A few weeks later, I brought it up with a wildlife biologist named Sofia Delgado, who had been running black bear population surveys in that district for almost a decade, using remote trail cameras staked out at intervals along the ridge lines above the main drainages. I asked her, half joking, whether she had ever set a camera anywhere near the Widow Grove. She did not laugh. She told me she had tried exactly once, in her second year on the job, before anyone had warned her off the area, because the terrain looked promising for bear activity, and she had not yet learned which parts of the map were unofficially off-limits. She set the camera on a young hemlock about 60 yards below, where I estimate the grove itself begins, aimed up the slope, motion-triggered, standard configuration she used everywhere else in the park with reliable results. She left it for the normal 6-week cycle. When she went back to retrieve it, every single frame on the memory card was blank. Not corrupted, not overexposed, not full of static. Blank, meaning the camera had recorded nothing happening in front of it for 6 full weeks in a forest that, everywhere else in the park, triggers dozens of images a week just from squirrels and deer and wind-moving branches. The battery had drained on schedule, meaning the camera had been actively cycling and attempting to record the entire time. It had simply captured nothing. She reviewed the footage twice, assuming a hardware fault, then swapped the camera for a different unit and repeated the placement the following season out of stubbornness. Same result. 6 weeks, thousands of trigger events logged internally by the camera's own activity counter, and not one usable frame. She pulled the camera permanently after that and never mentioned it to anyone until I asked. I thought about that a great deal afterward, more than I thought about the stone or the even spacing of the cedars. Photographs I took inside the grove came out fine. My own memory of standing there is vivid and unbroken, but a machine left unattended at the threshold of the place, with no human nearby to account for, recorded nothing at all for 6 straight weeks. I do not have an explanation for that discrepancy, and I have stopped looking for one. The following spring, Maria Ochoa, the district's other year-round backcountry ranger, told me her own story, which she had apparently been sitting on for almost as long as Walt had been sitting on his. She had gone in only once, in her first season, before the informal rule had been explained to her clearly enough to take seriously. She did not walk nearly as far as I had. She said she stopped almost immediately after crossing the bare-floored nurse log, the same one I described climbing over, because she looked down at her boots and realized she could not hear them landing on the ground, even though she could feel the impact through her legs with every step. She described it exactly the way I would have, sound reaching her body, but not her ears, a disconnect between what her feet told her and what the air around her told her, and she said it was the most frightening thing that had ever happened to her in the backcountry, more frightening than the 2 river rescues and 1 mountain lion encounter she had also lived through over her career. She turned around within 100 feet and never went back. What strikes me most, turn it all over years later, is how little any of us actually needed to compare notes to arrive at the same conclusion. Walt, Camille, Kyle, Sophia, Maria, myself, none of us sat down together and built a shared story out of pieces. Each of us went in separately over a span of more than 2 decades, and each of us came back with our own fragment, our own private reason for never going back, and every fragment pointed the same direction without ever being assembled on purpose. That, more than anything I personally saw in that grove, is what convinces me there is something real back there worth staying away from. Coincidence explains one strange afternoon. It does not easily explain 5 people working the same district across different decades, independently deciding the same forest floor is not safe to stand on for very long. I still work this district. I still love this park, genuinely the way you love a place that has given you your whole adult life. I patrol the maintained trails. I do my fishery surveys. I pull people out of the creek when the water rises too fast for them to judge safely. But there is a drainage 2.5 miles off any trail where 4 of us who know the way and have all separately, without ever fully explaining it to each other, decided the same thing. We do not go back. Not because anyone told us not to, because something in that quiet, evenly spaced, sound-swallowing grove told us itself. The same wordless way you know not to step off a ledge in the dark, and some warnings, however irrational they sound written down afterward, are simply worth keeping. The fire watchtower nobody staffs. I spent 6 seasons working fire prevention and backcountry patrol in the Yellowstone backcountry, most of it based out of a district office on the park's eastern edge, an area that get a fraction of the visitors the geyser basins and the main road corridor see every year. Most of my job was unglamorous. Checking permits, clearing down timber off horse trails, doing controlled burn prep work with a fire crew in the spring. But every ranger who works fire in that district eventually ends up with an opinion about Baldy Point. And mine took a long time to form because for most of my first 2 seasons I did everything I could to avoid forming one at all. Baldy Point is an old fire lookout tower, built in the 1930s like most of the standing towers still scattered across the park, 60 feet of wooden lattice topping out on a bald ridge with a clear sight line over 3 separate drainages, which made it valuable real estate for fire detection back before satellite monitoring and aerial patrol made most of the old towers obsolete. The park still staffs a handful of towers seasonally, mostly for tradition and backup detection capability, but Baldy Point has not had an official staff season since the early 2000s. Budget cuts took it offline along with several others, and it has sat empty ever since, structurally sound enough that it hasn't been torn down, but with no assigned lookout, no maintenance schedule beyond a basic annual safety inspection, and no reason for anyone to go up there except curiosity or a very specific kind of assignment. I got that assignment in my 3rd season, when the park's fire management office decided to do a structural condition survey of all the decommissioned towers still standing in the backcountry, partly to decide which ones were worth restoring for a planned volunteer lookout program, and which ones needed to finally come down. I drew Baldy Point along with 2 other towers in my district, mostly because I was the ranger who happened to be free that week, and the hike-in wasn't considered difficult, about 8 miles from the nearest trailhead, with a straightforward, well-marked route most of the way. The lead on the survey was a facilities engineer named Grant Whitfield who had done similar work on towers across 3 other national forests before transferring into the park system. A careful, unromantic kind of guy who cared about load ratings and rod inspection and had absolutely no patience for backcountry folklore. I mention that because it matters later. We hiked in on a clear July morning, made good time, and reached the base of the tower by early afternoon. From a distance, it looked exactly like every other decommissioned lookout tower I'd seen. Weather gray wood, the small cab at the top with its wraparound windows catching the light, a steep exterior stairway zigzagging up the open lattice structure. Grant did his usual walk around the base first, checking the footings and the lower cross bracing, making notes on a clipboard, entirely businesslike. It was on that walk around the base that I noticed something odd about the ground directly beneath the tower's cab, 60 feet up. In a rough circle, maybe 20 feet across, centered under where the cab overhung the platform below it, the wildflowers and grass that grew everywhere else on that open ridge were noticeably stunted, thin, yellowish, clearly struggling compared to the healthy growth just a few feet outside that circle. I pointed it out to Grant. He crouched down, rubbed some of the soil between his fingers, and said it was probably runoff from old lead paint or preservative treatment flaking off the structure over decades, which is a real and fairly common phenomenon around old wooden towers, and it satisfied him completely. It did not fully satisfy me, but I filed it away and we started the climb. The stairway was solid, no structural concerns on the way up, though I noticed the wood felt colder to the touch than the ambient temperature seemed to justify for a clear July afternoon, cold enough that I actually commented on it to Grant, who didn't seem to notice anything unusual and chalked it up to the wood being shaded by the tower's own structure for most of the morning. The cab at the top was a single room, maybe 14 feet square, windows on all four sides, the way every historic lookout is built, designed to give a lookout an unobstructed view in every direction. Most decommissioned towers I'd been in before had that particular abandoned stillness, dust, a few old supplies left behind, sometimes graffiti from hikers who'd made the climb over the years despite the tower being technically closed to public access. Baldy Point had almost none of that. No dust accumulation on the windowsills to speak of, no graffiti, nothing left behind, as if it had simply been closed up and never touched again, which did not match the maintenance logs, which showed at least one annual inspection visit every single year since decommissioning. Grant went to work immediately, checking the roof seams, the window frames, the old built-in map table in the center of the room that lookouts historically used to triangulate smoke sightings using a device called an Osborne fire finder, a rotating sighting instrument mounted on a topographic map. Baldy Point's fire finder was still bolted to the table, an original piece of equipment, and out of professional habit, I walked over to look at it while Grant worked through a checklist. The fire finder's sighting ring, a rotating metal band with crosshairs used to take a bearing on smoke, was pointed at a fixed heading, roughly northeast, toward a section of forest well within the district, but not toward any particularly notable landmark I could immediately place. I didn't think much of it at the time, assuming it had simply been left in whatever position the last active lookout used decades ago. I mentioned it to Grant anyway, and he glanced over and said something that stuck with me more than he probably intended. He said that was strange because standard closing protocol for these towers when they were decommissioned included resetting all instrumentation to a neutral home position, logged and signed off by the closing inspector, and that if a sighting ring was still pointed at an active bearing, someone had moved it since then, which shouldn't have been possible given how infrequently anyone came up here and how thoroughly locked the cab was supposed to be between inspections. We finished the structural survey without further incident. Grant satisfied that the tower was sound enough to be a strong candidate for restoration, and we began to hike back out that same afternoon, planning to camp partway down and finish the trail out the following morning. That night, camped about 3 miles below the tower along the same ridge system. I woke sometime after 2 in the morning to a sound I initially took for wind moving through the lodgepole pines around our camp, a low, steady tone that rose and fell in a pattern too regular to be ordinary wind. I lay awake listening to it for several minutes before I placed what it reminded me of, the specific whistling drone old fire towers sometimes produce when wind moves through the lattice structure and the open stairway at a particular angle, a sound I'd heard once or twice before at other active towers during storms. The problem was that the night was almost dead calm. I unzipped my tent and stepped outside to check, and the air was still enough that our camp's small fire hadn't so much as flickered in over an hour. There was no wind to produce that sound, and yet it continued, faint but unmistakable, carrying down the ridge from the direction of the tower for what felt like 10 or 15 minutes before it stopped as abruptly as it had started. I woke Grant to ask if he'd heard it. He had, and admitted it had woken him too, though he offered a more mundane theory, some kind of settling in the structure's old joints as temperatures dropped overnight, with contracting and producing sound through the lattice even without wind. It was a reasonable explanation, and I wanted to believe it. I still turned it over for the rest of that hike out, though, because the tone had a rise and fall to it, almost rhythmic, that simple thermal contraction doesn't typically produce. I did not think much more about Baldy Point for almost a year, until the fire management office assigned me to accompany a two-person volunteer lookout crew who had been selected for a pilot season staffing the tower again, the first active season it would have in over 15 years, following grant structural approval. My job was simply to hike the crew in, help them get settled, and do a routine check and visit 2 weeks later. The crew was a retired schoolteacher named Harriet Voss and her husband Dale, both experienced backcountry volunteers who had done lookout duty at other parks before and knew exactly what they were signing up for in terms of isolation. They were in good spirits on the hike in, genuinely excited about the assignment, and I remember thinking the tower's odd little details from the survey trip, the sound, the stunted grass, the moved firefinder would probably turn out to be nothing once people were actually living and working up there again, the way old buildings often lose their strangeness once they're occupied and used the way they were built to be used. That is not quite what happened. When I did my 2-week check and hike, both Harriet and Dale were in good health and good spirits. No complaints about the work itself, which involved regular smoke watches and radio check-ins with the district office, standard lookout duty. But Harriet asked to speak with me privately while Dale was occupied with an equipment check, and told me that on 3 separate nights since they'd arrived, she had woken to find Dale standing at the north-facing window of the cab, completely still, apparently asleep on his feet, facing out toward the same northeast bearing the old firefinder had been pointed at when Grant and I found it. She said he had no memory of getting up on any of those nights, and that on the 3rd occasion she had gently guided him back to bed, and he had gone without resistance, still apparently unconscious, and slept normally afterward with no ill effects the following day. She also mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that she had taken to keeping the firefinder's sighting ring locked in its designated neutral position with a small padlock she'd brought for an unrelated purpose, because on 2 mornings early in their stay, she had found it rotated back to that same northeast heading despite neither of them touching it. And despite the cab door being locked from the inside, overnight the way lookout protocol requires. I'll log her report factually when I got back to the district office, the same way she'd have wanted it logged without embellishment. Before I left that check-in visit, I asked Harriet one more question, mostly because it had been bothering me since the survey trip the year before. I asked whether either of them had noticed anything strange about the tower's original records, the old logbooks and inspection files that predated the decommissioning in the early 2000s. She said she hadn't looked, but that Dale had, out of simple curiosity during a slow afternoon, and had found something in a box of archived paperwork stored in a metal trunk bolted to the cab's floor beneath the map table. Paperwork nobody on the survey team, including me and Grant, had noticed the year before because we'd been focused entirely on structural assessment. The trunk held decades of old logbooks going back to the tower's original construction, and Dale had paged through several of them, looking for anything about the firefinder or the strange sounds, mostly as an idle project to pass a quiet evening. He found nothing directly about either, but he did find something else that Harriet mentioned almost reluctantly, as if she wasn't sure it was relevant or wanted to overstate it. In the tower's earliest logbook from the 1930s, the original lookout, whose name was recorded simply as G. Renner with no first name given anywhere in the volume, had made a series of entries across one particular August that described repeatedly sighting smoke on a bearing to the northeast, the same bearing the firefinder was later found pointed at. despite there being no fire ever confirmed in that direction by ground crews sent to investigate. Renner's entries grew shorter and more clipped as that August went on, ending abruptly on the 29th with a single line noting smoke sighted again. Crew dispatched. Nothing found. Will not report further sightings on this bearing. There is no entry after that date in the volume, and the following logbook, which should have picked up the following season, is missing entirely from the archive, its absence noted only by a typed inventory card from a later decade, stating simply that the 1934 through 1935 volume could not be located. I do not know what happened to Renner, and Dale's search of the trunk didn't turn up an answer, only the abrupt silence in the record. Park Service staffing records from that era are notoriously incomplete for seasonal positions, especially at remote assignments like an isolated fire tower, and I was never able to find any personnel file that clarified whether Renner simply transferred elsewhere, finished out an uneventful career, or something else entirely happened before that missing logbook would have picked up the story again. I spent part of an afternoon back at district headquarters looking through what archived hiring records still existed, and found only a single-line entry listing G. Renner as a seasonal fire lookout for that year, with no further employment history under that name anywhere in the accessible files. While I keep coming back to, more than the sound on that still night or the stunted ring of grass beneath the cab, is that compass bearing itself, fixed and specific, appearing first in a nervous logbook entry for 1934, then found still pointed in that same direction on a piece of original equipment nearly 70 years after the tower's active staffing ended, then found rotated back to that same heading twice more during a modern pilot season despite a locked cab and no one admitting to touching it. A compass bearing is about as neutral a piece of information as exists, a number on a dial. And yet this particular one has apparently outlasted the person who first recorded it, outlasted the tower's entire period of abandonment, and reasserted itself the moment living people returned to that room. I don't have a theory that accounts for that, and after 6 seasons in that district, I stopped expecting the wilderness to hand me tidy explanations for the things that genuinely unsettled me. Some places just seem to hold onto a direction, the way a compass needle holds onto north, whether or not anyone is left to read it. The pilot season finished out without further serious incident, Dale's sleepwalking apparently stopping once Harriet started locking the firefinder in place, which she offered no theory for, and neither did I. The park has continued staffing Baldy Point seasonally since then, always with 2-person crews, and as far as I know, nothing since has escalated beyond odd sounds on still nights and one padlock that nobody on staff has ever felt the need to remove. I left the park for a position elsewhere not long after that season, but I still think about that stunted circle of grass under the cab sometimes, and about a compass bearing pointed at a patch of ordinary-looking lodgepole forest that, as far as any of us ever found out, has never once actually produced smoke. The trail that isn't on the map. I worked 8 seasons as a backcountry ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park, split between 2 different districts on the North Carolina side, mostly patrolling the higher elevation trail systems above 5,000 feet where the spruce fir forest starts and the crowds thin out fast. Most visitors know the Smokies for Cades Cove and Clingman's Dome and the wildflower walks in April. Almost none of them know the park has more than 800 miles of trail, a huge amount of it running through terrain steep and remote enough that search and rescue calls back there can take the better part of the day just to reach the person who needs help, even before you factor in getting them out. I want to start with something every ranger who has worked that park long enough eventually learns, which is that the Smokies keep unusually good trail records, better than most parks their size, because the trail system there has been meticulously mapped, remapped, and cross-referenced by both the Park Service and independent hiking clubs for the better part of the century. If a trail exists in that park, official or unofficial, there's almost always a paper trail behind it somewhere, an old CCC-era survey, a hiking club newsletter mentioning a route, something. That level of documentation is part of why what happened near Bone Valley Creek bothered me as much as it did. Because it is the one piece of that entire trail system that has never once shown up on any map, survey, or historical record anyone has ever been able to produce, despite the fact that at least 6 of us on staff have walked it. The area in question sits above a drainage in the park's more remote southwestern section, accessed by a maintained trail that most backpackers use to reach a backcountry campsite a few miles in and then turn around or continue on to a different loop entirely. About a mile past that campsite, the maintained trail crosses a wide, flat bench of old growth hemlock and yellow birch, mostly untouched by the logging that clear-cut much of the rest of the park before it became protected land in the 1930s. It's a beautiful, quiet stretch, and under normal daylight conditions, it looks like exactly what it is: healthy, unremarkable southern Appalachian old-growth forest with nothing unusual about it whatsoever. I first heard about the other trail from a ridge runner named Colton Briggs, a seasonal backcountry monitor who spent 7 summers patrolling that section before I ever met him, the summer I started. Ridge runners in that park do a lot of the unglamorous work, walking assigned trail sections daily during peak season, checking permits, cleaning up illegal campfires, generally being the most consistent human presence on any given stretch of trail. Colton had walked that particular bench probably 400 times over his 7 seasons, always during daylight, always on the maintained route. He told me during my first summer that there was a second trail through that same bench that only became visible at night, and only on nights with a full moon and clear sky, conditions that in southern Appalachian summer weather patterns, with their near-constant afternoon thunderstorms and heavy humidity haze, actually only line up a handful of times each year. He said he had first noticed on a night patrol he wasn't technically authorized to be doing alone, checking on a report of an illegal campsite near the bench, and had seen, in bright moonlight with the canopy gaps letting enough light through to see clearly, a second path running roughly parallel to the maintained trail but shifted maybe 30 or 40 feet off to the side, cutting a straight line through undergrowth that should have made a path like that visually indistinguishable from the surrounding forest floor under normal circumstances. I did not believe him at first, and told him so, which he took with more patience than I probably deserved. He said he understood that he hadn't believed the ranger who told him about it either, a woman named Ruth in Sizemore who had retired from the park 2 years before I started, and who Colton said had first shown him the trail's existence during a full moon patrol in his 2nd season. The same way it seemed to get passed down from one person to the next once someone finally worked up the nerve to actually walk it part way. I want to be clear that for 2 full seasons after that conversation, I treated it exactly the way I treated most trail folklore, which is to say I filed it away as an interesting story and did not think much more about it. That changed in my 3rd season, on a night in early August when a ranger colleague and I happened to be doing an authorized overnight patrol of that district during a genuinely spectacular full moon, clear sky, low humidity for once, the kind of night where visibility in open forest can be remarkably good even well after dark. My colleague that night was a ranger named Priya Nair, 3 seasons in at that point, sharp and skeptical in exactly the way that made her good at the job. We reached the bench around 11 at night, well into our patrol, and I mentioned Colton's story mostly to fill the silence on a quiet stretch of trail. She laughed, said she'd heard a version of the same story from a different ridge runner the year before, and then stopped walking. She had seen it before I said another word. Off to our left, maybe 30 feet from the maintained trail, cutting through what should have been a solid wall of rhododendron and undergrowth too dense to walk through without a machete, there was a clean, narrow gap, moonlit well enough to see it ran arrow straight into the trees, disappearing into deeper shadow after maybe 60 or 70 feet of visible distance. We stood there for a long moment, both of us saying nothing, and then Priya said the thing I remember most clearly from that entire night, which is that the gap had not been there when we walked past that exact spot 2 hours earlier heading the opposite direction, during full daylight, on our way out to check the backcountry site. We did not walk it that night. Park protocol on unauthorized routes is straightforward, and neither of us had any operational reason to go investigate an unmapped trail alone after dark with no one aware of our specific position beyond the general patrol area. We logged it factually in our patrol report the next morning, the same way you'd log any trail anomaly, and I brought it to my supervisor, a district ranger named Walter Combs who had been with that park for over 2 decades. He was not surprised. He told me it had been quietly known among senior staff for years, never formally investigated because it had never posed any documented safety hazard, never harmed anyone, and never showed up consistently enough during daylight hours or under normal survey conditions to justify committing search and rescue or trail crew resources to formally mapping something that, as far as anyone could prove, functionally did not exist most nights of the year. He did tell me one thing that stuck with me, though, which is that in 1989, before his time, but relayed to him by the same Ruth and Sizemore who had shown Colton, a backpacker had gone missing for 11 hours from a legal campsite near that bench during a full moon week in August, found the following morning sitting calmly on the maintained trail almost 2 miles from where his tent was pitched, with no memory of leaving his campsite and no explanation for how he'd covered that distance through dense, trailless terrain in the dark without a single scratch, torn piece of clothing, or any sign of having pushed through the undergrowth that should have made that route physically impossible to walk. The man told rangers at the time that he remembered walking a path the whole way, a clear, easy path, and remembered nothing else about the night beyond that single detail before waking up disoriented on trail at dawn. I brought that story to Colton, who told me it matched almost exactly what Ruth had told him, down to the detail about the missing hiker insisting there had been an easy, clear path the entire time, despite the terrain making that claim essentially impossible under normal forest conditions. Neither of us had an explanation, and Walter, when I pushed him on it directly, told me he didn't have one either. Only 20 years of quietly making sure nobody camped too close to that bench during full moon weeks, if he could help it. A soft, unofficial practice that had apparently been passed down the same informal way the story itself had, ranger to ranger, without ever becoming a written policy. I went back to that bench exactly once more during a full moon in my 6th season, alone against my own better judgment and everything I'd learned by then about how these things tend to go in remote backcountry. I want to describe what I found honestly. The gap in the undergrowth was there again, in almost precisely the same location Priya, and I had seen it 3 years earlier, same width, same arrow straight line, disappearing into shadow. I stood at its edge for a long time. I did not step onto it. I photographed it the way I document any trail anomaly, and the photograph, when I reviewed it later, showed exactly what I'd seen with my own eyes, a clear gap in dense rhododendron that should not have been possible to create or maintain without regular clearing, in a section of forest with no trail crew assignment and no record of any maintenance ever being performed there. While I stood there, I did something I hadn't planned on doing, which was to shine my headlamp directly down the gap at full brightness instead of relying on moonlight alone. I want to describe exactly what that did, because it surprised me. Under moonlight, the path had looked clean and inviting, an easy walk through open forest. Under the direct beam of my headlamp, the light seemed to travel a much shorter distance than it should have, illuminating maybe 15 or 20 feet clearly before appearing to simply stop, not fade gradually the way a headlamp beam normally does over distance in open forest, but end abruptly, as though the space beyond that point were somehow absorbing the light rather than simply being too far away to reach. I tried adjusting the beam, widening it, narrowing it to a spot, and got the same result each time. Moonlight seemed to reach the path just fine, illuminating it invisibly far into the trees, but my own artificial light would not travel more than a few feet past where I stood. I did not investigate that further. I turned around and walked back to the maintained trail and did not look behind me until I reached a bend where the bench was no longer visible. Before I left the park for good, I made a point of tracking down Ruth and Sizemore, the retired ranger both Colton and Walter had credited as the original source of the story going back decades. She was in her 70s by then, living in a small town not far from the park boundary, and she agreed to talk with me over coffee one afternoon when I explained who I was and what I'd seen. Ruth had a way of talking about the whole thing that I found more unsettling than anything Colton or Walter had offered, mostly because she treated it with such plain, practical acceptance, the way you talk about a stretch of highway that ices over every winter regardless of how many times the county salts it. She told me the story of the missing backpacker herself, since she had been one of the rangers on duty during the search that night in 1989, and she filled in a detail Walter hadn't known or hadn't passed along, which was that the man's tent, when they found it the next morning still standing exactly as he'd left it, showed no sign of him ever having unzipped it to leave in the normal way. The zipper pull was still positioned from the inside, the way you'd leave it if you climbed out through the small gap at the top rather than fully opening the door, an odd detail nobody could explain, since the man himself remembered nothing about how he'd left the tent at all, only that he had been lying awake looking up at the moon through the mesh ceiling one moment and walking a clear, easy path through the dark the next. She was not surprised by anything I described, including the detail about my headlamp, which she said matched her own experience almost exactly from a night in the early 1990s when she had done the same thing out of the same instinct to test the light with something more controllable than moonlight. She told me she had asked around the park's administrative archives at one point, years into her career, trying to find any historical record predating the park's establishment in 1934 that might explain the bench's reputation, back when that land was still privately held by Appalachian families before the government bought them out to create the park. She found almost nothing directly, government land acquisition record from that era being spotty at best for individual parcels. But she did find one brief mention in an oral history project the park conducted in the 1970s, interviewing elderly former residents about their memories of the land before it became parkland. One interview, with a woman who would have been a child in that area in the early 1900s, included a passing comment, almost thrown away in the middle of an otherwise unrelated story about her family's homestead, that her mother had always told the children not to go up near that particular bench after dark during a full moon, because, in the old woman's words as recorded in the transcript, that was when the old road showed itself, and the old road did not lead anywhere a person was meant to go. The interviewer apparently did not follow up on the comment, and it sits in the transcript as a single unexplained line with no further context. Decades before the park ever existed, decades before any of us ever stood at the edge of that gap with a compass or a camera or a headlamp that wouldn't quite reach far enough to show us what we were looking at. I no longer work in that park, though I still think about that bench sometimes, especially on clear nights when I happen to notice a full moon overhead somewhere far from any mountain. Great Smoky Mountains keeps some of the best trail records of any park in this country. Decades of maps, surveys, and cross-checked historical documentation covering nearly every mile of maintained and unofficial trail within its boundaries. And there is still one clear, straight path through old-growth hemlock that has never once appeared in any of it, that 6 of us have seen with our own eyes under a full moon, that at least one elderly former resident's mother was warning her children away from over a century ago, and that not one of us has ever been willing to walk more than a few feet into. The radio call from Sector 7. I worked 7 seasons as a backcountry ranger in Glacier National Park, most of it in the park's more remote northern district near the Canadian border, an area of steep glacial valleys, cliff bands, and weather that can turn from clear sky to whiteout in under 20 minutes, even in July. Search and rescue work up there is different from almost anywhere else in the lower 48 because of how quickly conditions change and how little margin for error the terrain gives you. Radio discipline is drilled into every ranger from day one, because in a lot of that backcountry, a working radio is the only thing standing between a bad afternoon and a body recovery operation. The park's backcountry radio network is organized into sectors, numbered zones, each covering a chunk of terrain, with repeaters positioned on ridgelines and peaks to relay signal across valleys that would otherwise block direct transmission. Most of those sectors get regular, mundane radio traffic all season, patrol check-ins, weather updates, the occasional real emergency call that gets everyone's full attention fast. Sector 7 is different and has been different for longer than anyone currently on staff has been alive. Sector 7 covers a drainage on the park's northeastern edge, a valley accessed by a trail that sees maybe a few dozen backcountry permits a year, while below the park's more popular routes, mostly because the approach is long and the terrain past a certain point turns technical enough that casual hikers select out of it. There is a repeater on a ridge above that drainage, original equipment from the 1970s that has been upgraded and maintained over the decades like every other repeater in the system, functioning exactly the way it's supposed to for the vast majority of the time. The problem, and I want to be precise about how I first learned this, because precision is the only thing that has made this story feel manageable to hold on to, is that every single year, always sometime in the narrow window between the last week of July and the first week of August, and always sometime after 10 at night, a distress call comes through on the Sector 7 frequency. It has happened every year on record going back as far as the park's radio logs have been digitized, which puts a documented, verified pattern back to the early 1990s, and informal recollection from retired staff pushes the pattern back considerably further than that, possibly to the repeater's original installation. The call is always close to identical. A male voice, sounding to most who've heard it like a man in his 20s or 30s, transmitting on the Sector 7 frequency, giving a distress report, injured alone, specific but slightly inconsistent details about his location from year to year, always somewhere in that same general drainage. Always asking for help in a voice that most rangers who've heard it describe as calm on the surface, but with something underneath the calm that unsettled them more than panic would have. The transmission typically lasts somewhere between 30 seconds and 2 minutes, and then cuts off, sometimes mid-sentence, sometimes with what sounds like static swallowing the last few words. Every single year, protocol requires the on-duty ranger to treat it as a real emergency, because it has to be treated that way, because the alternative, ignoring a distress call on the off chance it isn't real, is not something any search and rescue program can responsibly do. Every single year, a team is dispatched into that drainage as fast as conditions and daylight allow. And every single year, for over 3 decades of documented searches, nobody has ever been found. No injured hiker, no permit holder unaccounted for, no missing persons report anywhere in the system that matches the timing or description. The searches always come back with nothing, the drainage checked as thoroughly as terrain and time allow, and the following year, in that same narrow window, the same call comes through again. I first heard about it during my second season, from a district supervisor named Frank Delgado who had been with the park for over 20 years at that point and had personally responded to the call 4 separate times across his career. He told me about it during a slow afternoon at the ranger station, not as a ghost story exactly, more as an operational briefing, the kind of thing every new backcountry ranger in that district eventually needed to know, because it was functionally part of the job. He was matter-of-fact about it in a way that somehow made it more unsettling than if he'd played it up for drama. He told me the transmission was real, verifiable, recorded on the station's radio logs every year, and that the searches were real too, full deployments, sometimes involving helicopter support when weather allowed, and that in over 20 documented years nobody had ever found so much as a footprint that didn't belong to the search team itself. I asked him the obvious question, whether anyone had ever tried to identify the voice run it against missing persons databases, anything like that. He said it had been tried more than once over the decades, park administration taking it seriously enough in the 1990s to actually send a recording to a state crime lab for voice analysis, hoping to at least narrow down an age range or regional accent that might help identify who was calling. The analysis came back inconclusive in an odd way. He said, not because the recording was too degraded to analyze, but because the lab's own equipment kept producing what the accompanying report described as internally inconsistent waveform data, essentially meaning the recording didn't behave the way a normal human voice recording should when run through standard acoustic analysis, without the report ever explaining clearly what that meant in practical terms. He added that the technician who ran the analysis had apparently called the district office directly rather than simply mailing back the written report, an unusual step Frank said stuck with him, and had asked almost off the record whether the recording could possibly have been made using more than one microphone or source layer together, because certain frequency bands in the audio behaved as though two separate points of origin were somehow present in a single continuous transmission. Frank told him he had no way of answering that, since the recording had come straight off the station's own receiver with no editing of any kind, and the technician hadn't pushed the question further. Frank said the report itself was eventually filed away and mostly forgotten, and nobody since had pushed hard enough to request a second analysis with more modern equipment. I heard the call myself for the first time in my third season, on duty alone at the district station on the night of July 30th, monitoring the radio the way every on-duty ranger does during a normal evening shift. It came through a little after 11, sector 7 frequency, exactly as Frank had described. I want to try to convey what it actually sounded like, though I've never fully managed to describe it to anyone who wasn't there. The voice was clear, not degraded by static the way you'd expect from a weak signal bouncing off a distant repeater in mountainous terrain. It gave a location description, mentioning a rock slide area partway up the drainage, said he'd fallen, said his leg was hurt, asked for help in a tone that stayed level and controlled the entire time. No panic in the voice itself, which is what struck me most, because genuine distress calls from injured hikers almost never sound that composed. Then, right in the middle of a sentence describing how far he thought he'd fallen, the transmission cut to silence. No static tail, no click of a radio being released. Just an abrupt, total silence that felt more like the call had been switched off from the transmitting end than lost to distance or terrain. I followed protocol exactly, logged the call, initiated the search response, and spent the rest of that night and most of the next day as part of a 4-person team working our way up that drainage in daylight, checking every plausible location that matched the rockslide description given over the radio. We found an area that matched reasonably well, a genuine rockslide zone about 2/3 of the way up the valley, and searched it thoroughly, along with the surrounding terrain for a considerable distance in every direction. No sign of anyone. No disturbed rock consistent with a recent fall. No blood. No drop gear. No footprints beyond what our own team was creating as we searched. We checked every permit on file for that drainage going back several weeks. Every permit holder was accounted for, either already checked out of the backcountry or confirmed safe and located elsewhere in the park through radio contact or trailhead sign-out logs. I want to be honest that for the rest of that season, the whole experience unsettled me in a low-grade, persistent way that I didn't fully process until the following winter, when I had time away from the park to actually sit with it. What bothered me most, more than the eerie calm in the voice or the abrupt cutoff, was the location detail itself, because it had been specific enough and geographically plausible enough that the search team had genuinely believed, right up until we'd covered every square foot of that rockslide zone, that we were about to find someone. Whoever or whatever was transmitting knew that terrain well enough to describe a real, physically consistent location within that drainage, which argued against the whole thing being some kind of prank or misdirected signal bleeding in from outside the park, the kind of mundane explanation everyone, myself included, wanted badly to believe. I talked to 3 other rangers over the following seasons who had each independently responded to the call in different years, and their accounts matched mine closely enough that I stopped looking for an innocent explanation. 2 of them described the same eerie calm in the voice. One described a slightly different location, further up the drainage near a small tarn, but equally specific and equally plausible and equally unconfirmed by any physical evidence during the resulting search. All of them described the same abrupt cutoff mid-sentence. Never a natural sounding end to the transmission, always cut off as if something had reached out and simply switched it off partway through a word. One of those rangers, a young seasonal hire named Marcus Ibarra, who had only been with the park a single season when he responded to the call, told me something the others hadn't mentioned, either because they hadn't noticed it or because they decided not to bring it up. He said that during the hours-long hike back out after his team's search came up empty, while after sunrise with the whole valley lit up in ordinary daylight, he'd had the distinct and persistent feeling of being watched from somewhere above the trail, high on the valley wall, a feeling strong enough that he stopped twice to scan the slope with binoculars, finding nothing both times, no movement, no glint of anything reflective, nothing to account for the sensation. He said the feeling faded gradually as the team descended and lost it entirely once they crossed back below the treeline, and that he had never experienced anything like it before or since in 7 subsequent seasons working elsewhere in the park. The most unsettling account came from a ranger named Elena Whitfield, who had responded to the call in a year when weather-grounded helicopter support and the search team had to hike the entire approach on foot, arriving at the described location well after dawn instead of overnight the way most responses managed. She told me that as her team worked through the rockslide area at first light, her radio, tuned to the standard operations channel rather than Sector 7 specifically, briefly picked up a few seconds of what she described as the same voice, not transmitting a full message this time, just a short fragment, close enough to being intelligible that she was certain it was the same man, though she could never afterward say with confidence what the fragment of words actually was. She said it happened once, lasted maybe 2 seconds, and never repeated for the rest of that search, and that she never mentioned in her official incident report because she didn't know how to write it down in a way that wouldn't sound like she was cracking under the stress of an overnight rescue hike, even though she insisted, when she told me privately years later that she had never been more certain of anything she'd heard in her life. Frank retired the year before I left the park myself, and in one of our last conversations before he moved out of state, I asked him directly whether he had a theory after over 2 decades of dealing with this pattern personally. He told me he'd stopped looking for one a long time ago, that the only thing he'd learned to do with any real confidence was respond exactly the way protocol required every single time, treat it as a genuine emergency, search as thoroughly as conditions allowed, and then let it go until the following July, because the alternative, sitting with the unanswered question year-round, was not something he thought any of us were built to carry indefinitely. Before he left, though, he did tell me one more piece of the pattern that I had never heard from anyone else, something he said he'd pieced together slowly over his own 2 decades rather than learned all at once from someone before him. He said that if you went back through the archived radio logs carefully enough, further than the digitized records that only went back to the early 90s, into an old bound logbook kept at the district station that predated any digital system, you could find handwritten entries describing the same call going back to at least 1968, the earliest year the station had reliable radio equipment in that sector at all. He said the wording of the distress call, based on those old handwritten summaries, had shifted slightly over the decades in small ways. References to gear and terminology that matched whatever era each entry was written in. A 1970s entry mentioning a specific brand of external frame pack that hadn't been manufactured in decades. A later entry, using more modern language about a twisted rather than broken leg. He said it was as if whoever or whatever was transmitting had, in some fashion neither of us could explain, kept pace with the passage of time itself, updating the specific details of the story it told, while keeping the core shape of the call, the location, the calm voice, the abrupt cutoff, essentially unchanged across more than 50 years. That detail bothered me more than almost anything else I learned during my time in that district, because it undermined the one theory I had privately been holding on to without ever saying out loud, which was some version of an old, tragic, unresolved event from decades earlier repeating itself on a fixed loop. A genuine historical death whose circumstances simply never changed because the person themselves was frozen at the moment they died. A fixed historical tragedy should sound the same every time, use the same equipment, the same language appropriate to whenever that original event actually happened. This did not do that. This adapted slowly, deliberately, in step with the world outside that drainage, which suggested to me something considerably stranger than a single repeating memory, something that was, in whatever sense applies to a thing like this, still paying attention. I asked Frank once, half joking in an attempt to lighten a conversation that had gotten heavier than either of us intended, what he thought would happen if a search team ever did find someone during one of these responses. He didn't laugh. He said he honestly didn't know, and that in over 20 years of thinking about it on and off, he had never once let himself fully imagine the answer, because some part of him suspected that finding an explanation might turn out to be considerably worse than simply never finding one at all. I have thought about that answer more than almost anything else he ever told me during our years working together. I no longer work in that park, but I still think about Sector 7 every year around the end of July, usually without meaning to, the date simply surfacing in my mind the way an anniversary does whether you want it to or not. I still keep a handheld scanner in a drawer at home, an old habit from the job that I never quite broke, and more than once in the years since I left I have caught myself, late on a July night, tempted to program in that old frequency, just to see, before deciding against it every single time. As far as I know, the park still treats it exactly the way we always did, a real distress call requiring a real response, logged, searched, and left unresolved, waiting for the same narrow window to come around again the following summer, in a drainage that has never once, in over 3 decades of documented searches, given up whoever or whatever is calling for help. The ranger who never signed out. I've worked backcountry patrol in Everglades National Park for 9 seasons, mostly out of the park's more remote southern district, the section most visitors never see, hours by boat from the nearest paved road, a maze of mangrove tunnels, open bays, and sawgrass prairie that floods and dries on a cycle most people never think about when they picture Florida wilderness. It is not the kind of terrain most people associate with feeling lost. No mountains, no dense forest canopy, just water and grass and mangrove stretching flat in every direction. But I want to tell you, terrain that flat and that featureless can disorient a person just as badly as any mountain range. Worse in some ways, because there is nothing to use as a landmark once the light starts to go, and the channels between the mangrove islands shift constantly with tide and storm, meaning a route you took confidently last month may simply not exist in the same form today. Every ranger who works that district long enough eventually hears about Wade Sutton, and most of us hear about him before we've even finished our first season, because his case is still, formally, an open missing persons file with the National Park Service, one of the very few unsolved ranger disappearances in the agency's history. And it happened close enough to where we work every day that it is impossible not to think about him at certain times in certain places. Wade Sutton was a backcountry ranger stationed in that same southern district back in the winter of 1974, working what was then a much smaller and less funded ranger corps than exists in the park today. By all account, from the few people still alive who worked with him, He was well regarded, experienced, comfortable in that terrain in a way that took most rangers years to develop. He had grown up nearby, had spent his childhood fishing and hunting in the backcountry long before he ever became a ranger, and knew the channels and islands of that district as well as anyone who has ever worked there before or since. On the morning of February 11th, 1974, Wade signed out for a routine solo patrol, a standard boat patrol checking a series of backcountry campsites scattered through the island south of the ranger station, expected back before dark the same day. That sign-out sheet, the physical paper log kept at every backcountry station documenting who is out, where they're headed, and when they're expected back, is still in the park's archive files. It has his name, the date, his planned route, and an expected return time of 5 in the afternoon. There is no corresponding sign and entry anywhere in the log for that day, or any day after it. Wade Sutton signed out that morning, and as far as any official record shows, never came back. The search that followed was by the standards of 1974 backcountry search and rescue. Extensive. His boat was found the following day, anchored, undamaged, engine in working order, at a site well within his planned patrol route, near a backcountry campsite the park still uses today. There is no sign of struggle, no distress markers, nothing to suggest an accident on the water itself. His gear was mostly still aboard, radio included, though the radio, when recovered, was found switched off, which struck the search team at the time as unusual, since standard protocol even then called for keeping the radio on and monitoring the assigned channel throughout a solo patrol. Ground search teams, working from the boat's location outward, covered the nearby islands as thoroughly as terrain and time allowed. But that terrain does not forgive careless searching or reward it either. Mangrove thickets dense enough in places to require cutting a path by hand, tidal mud that swallows footprints within hours, water access that limits how far on foot any search team can realistically push before running out of daylight or usable ground. After 11 days of active search, involving personnel from multiple agencies and, for the era, a genuinely significant use of aircraft for aerial search, the operation was scaled back, then eventually closed without ever finding any further trace of Wade Sutton. No body, no clothing, no equipment beyond what had already been recovered from the boat itself. I want to be clear that missing persons cases like this, tragic as they are not by themselves unusual in remote wilderness. People die in backcountry accidents every year across the park system, and sometimes bodies are never recovered, swallowed by terrain that makes recovery genuinely difficult even when searchers know roughly where to look. What makes Wade Sutton's case different? What has kept his name alive among backcountry rangers in that district for 50 years now is not the disappearance itself, but what has allegedly happened in the decades since, reported independently by enough different rangers across enough different years that has become, functionally, an accepted piece of institutional knowledge in that district, even though it has never once been formally documented in any official park record. I first heard the details from a senior ranger named Odell Marchetti during my second season, a soft-spoken man who had worked that district for over 15 years by the time I met him, and who, I would later learn, had his own direct experience with what people in that district simply call Wade's Channel, an unofficial name for a specific stretch of water near where the boat was originally found, a name that appears on no park map, but that every ranger in that district learns within there. First year regardless. Odell told me the name itself had never been officially sanctioned or printed on any document, yet every new hire somehow absorbed it within their first few months on the job. Passed along the same way trail crews pass along which creek crossings run dangerous after heavy rain. Practical knowledge that outlives any individual person's tenure because the district itself seems to insist on remembering it. Odell told me that starting sometime in the years after Wade's disappearance, though nobody could tell me exactly when the pattern began, rangers on solo patrol through that specific channel, always alone, always either very early morning or after dusk when light is poor, have periodically reported picking up a brief radio transmission on the district standard patrol frequency. A few seconds of a man's voice comm, giving what sounds like a routine check-in, stating a location and a time, before cutting to silence. The strange part, Odell said, the part that has kept this from ever being dismissed as simple radio interference or a stray signal bleeding in from some other source, is that the location given in the transmission is always, specifically, a site along Wade Sutton's original 1974 patrol route, and the time given is always some variation of an afternoon check-in, roughly consistent with what a rotation like his would have called for at that point in the day. Odell had heard it himself exactly once, 6 years into his own career, running a routine solo patrol through that channel on a quiet February afternoon, close enough to the anniversary of the original disappearance that he said the timing bothered him more afterward than the transmission itself had in the moment. He described a few seconds of a man's voice, unhurried, giving a site name that matched a real backcountry campsite along that stretch of channel, followed by check-in time, and then nothing, no further transmission, no response when Odell tried to raise whoever had spoken on the same frequency. He logged it in his own personal notes rather than any official report, mostly because he didn't know how to write it up in a way that wouldn't sound like he was imagining things, and because, as he put it to me, everyone in that district already knew about it anyway, so there seemed little point in making it official. I did not experience anything myself for the first 6 seasons I worked that district, long enough that I had started to assume the story. However, consistently it kept getting told to new rangers by people like Odell was simply an old piece of institutional folklore that had outlived any real basis in fact. The kind of thing remote outposts tend to generate over enough decades regardless of whether anything genuinely unexplained ever happened. That changed in my 7th season, on a solo afternoon patrol in early February, close enough to the anniversary date that I want to be honest, I was thinking about Wade Sutton at least a little before anything happened, simply because of the time of year and because I happened to be running the same general stretch of channel that morning. I was monitoring the standard patrol frequency the way protocol requires. Nothing unusual through most of the morning, ordinary chatter from other rangers elsewhere in the district, weather updates, the normal background noise of a working radio network. A little after 2 in the afternoon, running the boat slow through a narrow mangrove tunnel section of the channel, my radio picked up a brief transmission that was not on the standard hailing pattern any of us actually use, a man's voice comm giving a location I recognized immediately as a real backcountry campsite further down that same channel, followed by what sounded like a time check, roughly consistent. I realized only afterward, with an expected mid-afternoon patrol update. The transmission lasted maybe 4 or 5 seconds before cutting to dead silence. No static tail, no click of a radio releasing, simply gone. I tried raising whoever had spoken, using the same frequency, standard hailing procedure, twice, with no response. I checked my own radio's channel display to confirm I hadn't accidentally drifted onto some unusual frequency, and it showed the standard district patrol channel exactly where it should have been. I finished my patrol route that day without any further incident, reached every site on my list, found nothing unusual at any of them, and returned to the station before dark exactly on schedule. I want to describe one more account secondhand that Odell shared with me that same conversation from a ranger who had worked that district in the 1990s and had since retired, a man named Curtis Boyle whom Odell had known personally for years. According to Odell, Curtis had experienced something slightly different from the rest, a solo night patrol rather than an afternoon run, and had reported not just hearing the brief radio transmission, but also, shortly afterward, seeing a single point of light moving slowly through a distant stretch of mangrove along that same channel, low to the water, moving at a pace and in a manner consistent with someone walking carefully through shallow water with a lantern or flashlight in an area with. No maintained trail, no campsite, and no reason for any legitimate patrol or visitor to be present at that hour. Curtis reportedly watched the light for close to a minute before it simply went out, not dimming gradually the way a failing flashlight battery would, but ending all at once. And he chose not to investigate further given the hour, the terrain, and, in his own words as Odell relayed them to me, a very clear feeling that whatever was carrying that light did not want company. Odell also told me something about Wade Sutton himself that I hadn't known before, a detail that had been passed down among the district's longest-serving staff, but never written into any official file, because it came from a conversation Wade's former supervisor had with Odell's own mentor decades earlier, long before Odell ever started the job. Apparently, Wade had mentioned to a few people, in the weeks before his disappearance, that he'd been noticing something odd about that particular channel on his regular patrols, a stretch of water that seemed, in his words, to run differently depending on the time of day, channels that should have connected the same way every trip, sometimes requiring a longer route than they had the week before, as though the mangrove islands themselves were shifting position slightly between visits in a way that didn't match anything he understood about normal tidal or storm-driven change in that ecosystem. He apparently mentioned it casually, more as an observation about difficult navigation than any kind of concern, the way an experienced waterman might comment on unusually strong currents without treating it as anything sinister. Nobody thought much of it at the time. It only became meaningful in hindsight, after he vanished from exactly that stretch of water without a trace. I found myself thinking about that detail for a long time after Odell told me, because it lined up in an uncomfortable way with something I had noticed myself over the years without ever really articulating it, which is that specific channel, more than any other stretch of water I regularly patrol in that district, has always felt subtly harder to hold a consistent mental map of than it should. I have run that channel dozens of times, know its major landmarks well, and yet more than once I have found myself needing to double-check my position against a chart in a way I rarely need to elsewhere in the backcountry, a small, persistent uncertainty about exactly how far I traveled or exactly which turn came next, the kind of thing easy to write off as ordinary distraction or fatigue. But that has happened to me there specifically, consistently, in a way it hasn't happened anywhere else. In 9 seasons of working that district, I did not mention it to anyone for almost a week, partly out of the same instinct Odell had described, not wanting to sound like I was imagining things, and partly, I'll admit, because some part of me wanted to talk myself into a mundane explanation before I said anything out loud that would make it feel more real. I eventually told Odell, and he asked me, before I'd given him any details beyond the fact that something had happened, whether it had come in around early February, near the channel, giving a site name and a time check. When I confirmed all 3 details matched what he described from his own experience years earlier, he was quiet for a moment, and then told me that made at least 6 documented instances he personally knew of across roughly 4 decades, of rangers independently reporting close to the same transmission, always in that narrow window of time each February, always along that same stretch of channel, always cutting off after a few seconds with no further response. The park has never formally investigated any of this, and I don't say that as a criticism, because there is genuinely nothing here that rises to the level of an actionable lead in a 50-year-old missing persons case, a handful of unverifiable radio transmissions, and 1 second-hand account of a light in the mangroves, none of it the kind of evidence that reopens a cold case file. But among the rangers who actually work that district, year after year, it has become something closer to an accepted, quietly held piece of local knowledge, the same way a fishing crew might quietly avoid a stretch of water without ever needing to formally explain why to each new deckhand who joins them. I still work that district today, and every February, when my rotation happens to put me anywhere near that stretch of channel, I find myself listening a little more closely to the radio than I otherwise would, half hoping I won't hear anything, and half, if I'm honest, hoping that if I do, it might finally be different, might finally carry some detail that could actually help close a case that has stayed open for 50 years now. Waiting on a man who signed out on a February morning in 1974 and never signed back in. I mentioned earlier that Wade's radio was found switched off aboard his anchored boat, which the original search team flagged as unusual at the time, given standard protocol. I think about that detail more than almost any other piece of the case, because it means that whatever happened to him, however it happened, there was apparently a moment where he made a deliberate choice to turn that radio off before whatever came next. Rangers do not casually switch off their only line of communication in the middle of a solo patrol through terrain like that. Not by habit, not by accident, and Wade Sutton, by every account of the kind of ranger he was, would have understood exactly what turning that dial meant. I don't know what he heard or saw or decided in that moment, and I don't expect I ever will. But it is the detail that keeps me from ever fully dismissing any of this as coincidence or shared imagination among a group of rangers isolated enough, for long enough, to start believing the same story simply because everyone around them already did. Something made an experienced, capable man switch off his radio in the middle of a workday, in water he knew better than almost anyone alive, and walk away from a boat that was never found with so much as a scuff mark to explain where he went. The elk that doesn't decay. I worked 6 seasons as a wildlife technician and backcountry patrol ranger in Rocky Mountain National Park, most of it based out of a district on the park's less visited western side, above the Cowanich Valley, terrain that gets a fraction of the crowds the eastern entrance sees every summer. My job mixed general backcountry patrol with wildlife monitoring work, which meant I spent a lot of time tracking elk herds, documenting winter kill sites, and occasionally responding to reports of carcasses that needed to be assessed for disease surveillance. Since the park has run a chronic wasting disease monitoring program for years, given how badly that disease has affected elk and deer populations across the region. I want to explain that background because it matters to how seriously I initially took what I'm about to describe. I have seen a great many elk carcasses in 6 seasons of doing that work, at every stage of decomposition you can imagine, across every season of the year. I know what a carcass looks like after a day, after a week, after a winter under snow, after a full year exposed to weather and scavengers. That knowledge is exactly what made the carcass at Site 14 so disturbing to me, because nothing about it matched anything I had ever documented before or since. Site 14 is an internal designation, part of a grid system the wildlife program uses to track known carcass and kill site locations across the district for long-term disease surveillance data. It sits in a high alpine basin above 11,000 feet, accessible only by a long, exposed hike above tree-line, terrain that sees essentially zero recreational visitation because it isn't near any maintained trail and offers nothing in the way of scenic destination that would draw hikers up there on purpose. It exists on our internal maps purely because a previous wildlife technician found and tagged a bull elk carcass there years before I ever started the job, part of the routine business of documenting winter kill across the district. I first visited Site 14 in my 2nd season, doing a routine annual check as part of the disease surveillance protocol, which requires periodic revisits to documented carcass sites, to track decomposition progress, and collect tissue samples when material is still available for testing. My supervisor at the time, a wildlife biologist named Renee Castillo, who had run that program for almost a decade, briefed me on the site before I hiked up and mentioned, almost as an aside, that the carcass at 14 was, in her words, taking an unusually long time to fully decompose, and that I should document its current condition carefully when I got up there. I did not think much of that comment going in. Decomposition rates at high elevation can genuinely be slower than people expect. Cold temperatures, short growing seasons, limited scavenger activity in more remote basins. All of it can meaningfully extend how long a carcass takes to break down compared to lower elevation sites. I expected to find a heavily weathered skeleton, mostly bone, some remaining hide, the kind of site that looks essentially finished from a decomposition standpoint, even if a few scraps of connective tissue remain. What I found instead was a carcass that looked, by every visual measure I could apply, like it had died recently, within the past few weeks at most, despite Renee's original documentation showing the animal had first been found and tagged nearly 4 years earlier. The hide was largely intact, matted, but not badly deteriorated, with recognizable coloration rather than the bleached, weathered appearance you'd expect after years of ultraviolet exposure at that elevation. There was still soft tissue present in quantities that made no sense for a carcass that old. Muscle mass along the hindquarters that had clearly not been fully consumed or broken down, no strong odor of advanced decay, which itself was strange, since even slow decomposition processes typically produce a persistent scent that lingers for a long time even after most soft tissue is gone. I photographed it extensively, following surveillance protocol, and noted the discrepancy in my report, assuming there had been some kind of documentation error, that perhaps a different, more recently deceased animal had somehow been mistagged as the original Site 14 carcass, or that the tag itself had been moved or misapplied at some point over the years. When I brought this theory to Renee, she told me she had wondered the same thing herself the first time she'd revisited the site, years before I joined the program, and had actually run a genetic sample from the tissue against the original sample collected when the carcass was first documented, specifically to rule out a mistagging error. The samples matched. It was, by every biological marker available, the same animal, for years later, looking essentially as fresh as it had when first found. I want to be clear that Renee was, like most wildlife biologists I've worked with, deeply committed to finding mundane, scientifically sound explanations for anything unusual in the field, and she pursued several before ever entertaining anything stranger. She considered whether some unusual microclimate at that specific basin, a persistent cold air pocket, or unusually dry conditions, might be naturally mummifying the carcass in a way that simply looked fresher than it actually was, a phenomenon that does occur in extremely arid, cold environments elsewhere in the world. She brought in a colleague from a nearby university with expertise in taphonomy, the scientific study of decomposition processes, to examine samples and site photographs. That colleague's conclusion, delivered somewhat reluctantly according to Renee, was that natural mummification processes typically produce a very specific visual signature, desiccated, leathery, shrunken tissue with a distinctive appearance quite different from what our photographs showed, which more closely resembled tissue that had simply, functionally, stopped decomposing at a relatively early stage and then remained frozen in that state indefinitely, without ever fully mummifying or continuing to break down through the normal stages you'd expect. I continued doing the annual surveillance visits to Site 14 for the remainder of my time in that district, for more visits across 4 more years, and the carcass never meaningfully changed in any of them. The same soft tissue mass, the same intact hide, the same absence of the strong decay odor you'd expect year after year, in a location with no unusual preservation conditions we could identify, exposed to the same weather, the same scavenger activity as every other documented site in the district, all of which showed entirely normal decomposition progress over the same time period. Scavenger activity is actually the detail that troubled me most, more than the tissue condition itself. Every other carcass site in that district, without exception, shows clear evidence of scavenger activity over time: coyotes, ravens, occasionally black bears in season, all leaving behind the kind of disturbance you'd expect: drag marks, scattered bone, obvious feeding activity on remaining soft tissue. Site 14 showed none of that. ever across 5 full years of documented visits. No scavenger tracks in the snow or mud around the carcass on any visit. No scatterbone. No sign that a single animal in that basin, over half a decade, had ever once approached or fed on a carcass that, by every visual measure, still contained a meaningful amount of edible tissue. I asked Renee directly during my final season before I transferred to a different park whether she had a theory for any of it after all her years running that program. She told me she genuinely didn't, that she had tried every scientific explanation available to her, and none of them adequately accounted for both the arrested decomposition and the complete absence of scavenger interest, two separate anomalies that, taken together, felt less like coincidence and more like something actively keeping that specific carcass in whatever state it was in, though she was careful to say she didn't believe that in any literal supernatural sense, only that she had run out of conventional biology to explain it with. She did tell me something else that stayed with me longer than any of the tissue analysis or scavenger data. Something she said she never included in any official program report because it had nothing to do with measurable science and everything to do with a feeling she couldn't justify writing into a wildlife surveillance document. She said that every single time she had visited Site 14 over the better part of a decade, always alone or with one field assistant, she had experienced the same specific sensation upon approaching the carcass from a certain angle on the trail, a distinct feeling of being watched from somewhere on the basin's upper slope, strong enough that she had, on more than one occasion, stopped and scanned the surrounding terrain with binoculars, finding nothing, no bighorn sheep, no mountain goats, no obvious source for the feeling every single time. I experienced something similar myself on my fourth visit, a feeling I initially dismissed as simple exposure-related anxiety. Since that basin sits well above 11,000 feet, and the thin air alone can produce a low-grade unease in people not fully acclimated. But I had done that same hike in that same physical condition dozens of times elsewhere in the district without ever experiencing anything comparable, and the feeling at Site 14 was specific enough, directional enough, that I found it hard to write off as simple altitude effect. It felt, as best I can describe it, like standing in a room where someone else is present but silent, a sense of another consciousness nearby that I could not locate no matter how carefully I scanned the terrain. My last visit to Site 14 came near the end of my final season in that district, a routine annual check before I transferred to a new position elsewhere in the park system. The carcass looked, as it always had, essentially unchanged from the very first time I'd seen it, 5 years after it had first been documented as freshly deceased. I photographed it one final time, collected what samples the protocol required, and made a point before I left of standing at the edge of the basin for several minutes, simply looking around at the surrounding slopes, the way I imagine Renee must have done more times than she ever formally admitted to. I did not see anything. I never did, across 5 years of visits. But I left that basin for the final time with the same unshakable sense I'd had every visit before, that whatever kept that carcass from breaking down the way every other carcass in that district reliably did, whatever kept every scavenger in the area from ever once approaching it, was not an accident of microclimate or geology, and was, in some sense, I could never adequately explain to anyone who hadn't stood there themselves, still paying very close attention to whoever happened to be standing near it. I no longer work in that park, and I have no way of knowing whether Site 14's carcass still looks the way it did the last time I saw it, or whether, after enough years, something finally shifted and let the ordinary processes of decay resume the way they should have all along. Renee retired not long after I transferred out, and I lost touch with whoever inherited the surveillance program in that district. Sometimes I think about requesting the more recent survey data, just to know, and every time, for reasons I still can't fully explain, even to myself, I decide against it, the same way I imagine every ranger who has ever quietly decided not to walk a certain stretch of trail decides against finding out what's really down there. The bear box with no bears. I worked 7 seasons as a backcountry ranger in Yosemite National Park, mostly in the high country above Tuolumne Meadows, an area that gets a very different kind of visitor than the valley floor, still busy by wilderness standards, but a world away from the crowds at Half Dome and El Capitan. Most of my job was standard backcountry work, permit checks, trail maintenance coordination, wildlife management, and a significant amount of bear-related education and enforcement, because Yosemite has one of the most established human bear conflict management programs of any park in the country. Decades of institutional knowledge built around a simple, well-proven idea. Food storage discipline prevents almost every serious bear incident before it happens. Every established backcountry campsite in the park's high country is equipped with a bear box, a heavy steel storage container designed to keep food and scented items completely inaccessible to bears, who are intelligent enough and strong enough that ordinary hanging food bags or soft-sided containers offer almost no real protection once a bear has learned to associate a campsite with an easy meal. The boxes are simple, effective, and in my experience, almost never malfunction, which is part of why what happened to the Red Wing site bothered me as much as it did, because it happened repeatedly over years with a consistency that ruled out simple equipment failure almost immediately. Red Wing is not the site's actual name, which I'm changing here out of habit more than any real concern, since the pattern I'm describing was never formally investigated closely enough to end up in any park record specific enough to identify by name. It's a designated backcountry campsite in a subalpine basin, popular enough with permitted backpackers during peak season that it sees regular use most summer weekends. Equipped with a standard steel bear box exactly like every other established site in that district, installed and maintained on the same schedule as the rest of the program's inventory. I first heard about the pattern from a fellow ranger named Desmond Okafor during my 2nd season, a wilderness patrol veteran who had worked that specific basin for years before I arrived. He mentioned it to me almost casually, the way you'd mention any piece of practical site-specific knowledge, that campers at Red Wing periodically reported finding their bear box open in the morning despite having latched it properly the night before with contents disturbed, sometimes partially eaten, in a manner that at first glance looked exactly like typical bear activity, except for one consistent, specific detail that made every ranger who ever actually investigated the reports increasingly uneasy over the years. He told me this over coffee on a rainy morning at the district station, in the same unhurried tone he used for describing trail maintenance schedules, which somehow made the whole thing land harder than if he tried to make it sound dramatic. The bear boxes used throughout that district are designed with a latching mechanism specifically engineered to defeat bear dexterity, a mechanism bears simply cannot manipulate no matter how motivated or experienced they are, which is the entire point of the design and the reason the program has been so successful at reducing conflict incidents across the park for decades. Bears can and do damage the boxes occasionally through brute force, denting the exterior, sometimes managing to pry a poorly maintained or damaged latch if the equipment has degraded past its normal service life. What they cannot do, structurally cannot do, is open the latch cleanly using the intended mechanism the way a human would. Every confirmed bear-related box incident across the entire park, in every district, in every year of the program's operation, shows damage consistent with force, dents, scratches, sometimes serious structural compromise, never a cleanly and properly reclosed latch. The Red Wing incidents, across multiple summers and multiple different camping parties who had no contact with each other and no way of coordinating a shared story, consistently described finding the box unlatched and reclosed cleanly, with contents disturbed, but the box itself showing no damage whatsoever, no dents, no scratches, No sign of force of any kind, exactly as if a person, not a bear, had opened it, removed or disturbed the contents, and then closed it properly afterward. I want to emphasize how strange this detail is within the context of the program's overall data. Every ranger who works bear management develops an intuitive feel over enough seasons for what different kinds of box incidents look like, and a cleanly reclosed, undamaged box with disturbed contents simply does not fit any bear-related pattern anyone in that program has ever documented, not once anywhere else in the park across decades of records. It does fit exactly the pattern you'd expect from a human visitor accessing the box, except that every documented incident occurred at sites where all registered permit holders were accounted for elsewhere at the time, either confirmed asleep in their tents by camping partners, or, in cases with solo permit holders, with no evidence whatsoever of the person having left their tent that night. I investigated one of these incidents personally in my 4th season, responding to a report from a group of 3 backpackers who had camped at Red Wing the previous night. All 3 were experienced backcountry travelers, calm and credible in how they described the incident, no indication of exaggeration or unreliable reporting. They described waking to find their bear box, which they were certain they had latched properly, sitting open, with several food items missing, wrappers and packaging left scattered on the ground near the box in what one of them specifically described as an oddly neat pile rather than a chaotic scatter you'd expect from an animal tearing through packaging in search of food. I examined the box myself that morning, thoroughly, checking every surface for any sign of force or damage. I found nothing. The latch mechanism functioned perfectly, smoothly, exactly as designed, with no indication whatsoever that it had been forced, pried, or damaged in any way. I photographed the box extensively and filed a report exactly as I would for any bear activity incident, though I noted the absence of expected damage as a significant anomaly requiring further investigation. That investigation, such as it was, mostly consisted of me asking other rangers who had worked that basin over the years whether they had encountered anything similar. Desmond, when I brought in the details, told me the pattern had been consistent enough over roughly a decade of his own observations that he had developed a private theory, one he was careful to frame as speculation rather than anything he'd ever put in an official report, that whatever was accessing that specific bear box was not a bear at all, and was likely not any wildlife species conventionally capable of the fine motor coordination the latch mechanism requires to open properly. I asked him the obvious follow-up question, whether he thought it was simply a person, perhaps another camper or a park visitor engaging in some strange, repeated act of low-level vandalism or theft. He said he had considered that explanation seriously for years, and had eventually ruled it out for 2 reasons that had convinced him fully, even though neither would hold up as hard evidence in any formal sense. First, the incidents were spread across enough different years, seasons, and specific overnight dates, with enough geographic isolation given how remote that basin actually is, that coordinating repeated human vandalism without ever once being seen, caught, or leaving any trace evidence beyond footprints that were themselves inconsistent from incident to incident seemed increasingly implausible the longer the pattern continued. Second, and more unsettling to him personally, he had once camped at Red Wing himself specifically to monitor the site overnight after receiving several reports in close succession, staying awake deliberately, watching the box from inside his tent through a small gap in the rainfly, and had, in his account, watched the box open on its own sometime after midnight, the latch lifting and the lid rising with no visible figure or animal anywhere near it, no shadow, no movement in the surrounding trees, simply the box opening as though moved by something he could not see or account for in any way. He told me he had not slept again that night, and had not camped at Red Wing personally since, though he continued responding to incident reports there as part of his normal duties for the remainder of his career in that district. He also told me, almost as an afterthought, that he had never reported the specific detail about watching the latch lift on its own in any official capacity, because he did not believe it would be taken seriously, and because, in his own words, some things are more useful passed quietly between rangers who need to know them than written into a report that would just get filed away and forgotten by people who never had a stand in that basin themselves. I want to be honest that after hearing that account, I found myself unable to fully dismiss the pattern the way I might have if I'd only had the disturbed box reports to go on without Desmond's firsthand experience attached to them. I continued to investigate incidents at Red Wing for the remainder of my time in that district, for more reports across 3 more seasons, and every single one matched the same basic pattern: undamaged box, cleanly reclosed latch, contents disturbed in a manner more consistent with careful human handling than animal feeding behavior. And every single time, every registered occupant of that campsite fully accounted for and asleep, or at minimum unable to offer any explanation for how the box could have been accessed. One of those 4 incidents stood out from the others in a way I have never fully been able to set aside. It involved a solo backpacker, a woman in her 30s with considerable backcountry experience, who reported not just a disturbed box, but a specific, unsettling detail she brought to me directly rather than simply filing a standard incident report. She told me that before she went to sleep that night, she had, out of simple habit, left a granola bar wrapper folded neatly on top of her pack rather than inside the bear box itself, intending to add it to the box the following morning before breaking camp. A minor lapse in protocol she was slightly embarrassed to admit to a ranger. In the morning, the bear box was open in the same clean, undamaged way every other Red Wing incident had shown, several stored items disturbed, and the granola bar wrapper she had left outside the box entirely, on top of her pack rather than inside any container at all, had been placed neatly inside the open bear box alongside the other disturbed items, as though whatever had opened the box had also noticed the improperly stored item nearby and corrected the mistake on her behalf before closing everything back up. I sat with that detail for a long time after she told me. A bear investigating a campsite for food does not tidy up unrelated items it finds along the way, does not distinguish between food that is technically stored correctly and food that has been left out through simple human error, and certainly does not relocate an item into a container as a corrective gesture rather than simply consuming or discarding it. That kind of behavior implies not just physical dexterity, but a kind of situational awareness and intent that no wildlife behavior I have ever studied or witnessed firsthand comes close to matching. I logged the detail exactly as she described it, and I remember reading back over my own report afterward and feeling a genuine chill at how clinically I had managed to write it down, professional detachment functioning almost as a kind of self-protection against how strange the actual implication was. I brought that specific incident to Desmond, hoping he might have encountered something comparable over his own longer tenure in that district. He hadn't, not exactly, but he told me it fit with something he had always privately suspected about the pattern, which was that whatever was responsible seemed, in some limited but real sense, to be engaging with campers' food storage practices specifically, as though the behavior itself were less about simple hunger or opportunistic feeding and more about testing, or perhaps even critiquing, how carefully people were following the very safety protocols the Bear Box program was designed to reinforce. He said it in a slightly uncomfortable, half-joking tone, the way people often do when floating an idea they don't fully want to commit to taking seriously, but he also admitted he had never been able to think of a better explanation for the granola bar detail than something closer to intent than instinct. I want to be careful here because I don't want to overstate what any of us could actually prove. Every alternative, mundane explanation was considered seriously over the years this pattern persisted. Equipment tampering by park staff as some kind of prank, which was ruled out through basic staffing logs, and the sheer geographic spread of incidents across rangers who barely knew each other, some kind of unusually dexterous and specifically trained animal, which no wildlife biologist consulted over the years could identify as plausible given the species actually present in that ecosystem. And simple misremembering or miscommunication by stressed campers waking up disoriented in unfamiliar terrain, which might explain one or two isolated incidents, but does not comfortably explain a decade of consistent, specific, cross-corroborated reports from people with no contact or coordination with each other. I never personally witnessed the box opening the way Desmond described, and I want to be careful not to overstate what I can actually claim to have observed firsthand. What I can say is that the pattern itself, across close to a decade of documented incidents involving multiple different rangers and multiple different camping parties who had no way of influencing each other's accounts, was consistent enough and specific enough that by the time I transferred out of that district, most of the rangers who had worked that basin long enough to know the history had quietly adopted a habit of checking the red-winged bear box a little more carefully than any other site in their patrol area, without ever quite being able to articulate exactly what they expected to find or not find when they did. I no longer work in that park, but I still think about that basin sometimes, particularly the image Desmond described of a steel lid rising in the dark with nothing visible beneath it, opening cleanly the way a person would open it, in a place where no person should have been anywhere near that campsite that night. Bear country teaches you a very specific kind of respect for what you cannot always see coming, and most of the time that respect is aimed correctly at the animals themselves. Red Wing is the one place in 7 seasons of that work where I learned to extend that same caution towards something else entirely, something none of us ever managed to name, using a piece of equipment built specifically to keep bears out, and apparently doing nothing at all to keep out whatever else occasionally decided to let itself in. Before I transferred out of that district for good, I spent part of an off-season afternoon going through the park's older paper records, curious whether Red Wing's history predated Desmond's own tenure by very much. The same way, I imagine every ranger eventually gets curious about the true depth of a pattern like that once they've lived with it long enough to take it seriously. I found references to bear box maintenance at that site going back to the early days of the program's expansion into that basin, decades before either Desmond or I ever set foot there. But nothing in the surviving records described anything unusual, no earlier mention of undamaged latches or neatly disturbed contents. Only routine equipment logs noting standard wear and scheduled replacement. The same mundane paperwork you'd expect from any well-maintained piece of backcountry infrastructure. That absence bothered me almost as much as the incidents themselves would have if I'd found them documented, because it meant either the pattern genuinely began sometime within living memory, for reasons none of us could identify, or it had simply gone unrecorded for decades by rangers who made the same quiet choice Desmond eventually made to handle it privately, ranger to ranger, rather than commit it to a record that might outlive their own certainty about what they had actually seen. I asked one retired ranger I managed to track down, a woman named Patrice Loomis who had worked that basin in the 1980s, long before Desmond's time, whether the name Red Wing meant anything unusual to her from that era. She laughed, not unkindly, and told me every basin in that district eventually earns its own private reputation among the people who spend enough seasons there. Some deserved, some simply inherited from whoever worked the district before you and never bothered to explain where the feeling came from in the first place. She did not remember any specific bear box incidents from her own years there, but she did remember, vaguely, an older ranger mentioning something about that particular site being one where campers reported unusually vivid dreams more often than anywhere else in the basin, a detail she had never thought to connect to anything at the time and had mostly forgotten until I brought it up decades later. Neither of us could say whether that detail meant anything at all, or whether it was simply the kind of loose, half-remembered folklore that accumulates naturally around any remote site with enough years and enough different people passing through it. But I have not been able to stop thinking about it since she mentioned it. All the same. The sound in Zone 9. I worked 10 seasons as a backcountry ranger in Olympic National Park, most of it in the temperate rainforest districts on the park's western side, the Hoh, the Queets, and the Quinault, terrain that gets more annual rainfall than almost anywhere else in the continental United States and grows some of the densest, oldest lowland forests left in the lower 48. Most of my job was standard backcountry patrol, permit compliance, trail condition assessment, wildlife monitoring, river crossing safety checks during the wetter months, when drainages can rise from ankle deep to genuinely dangerous within a matter of hours. The park's backcountry is divided internally into numbered management zones for planning and staffing purposes, mostly administrative boundaries that mean little to visitors but help rangers organize patrol schedules and track resource conditions across a park with over 920 square miles of largely roadless wilderness. Zone 9 covers a stretch of the upper Queets drainage, deep old-growth forest, well beyond the point where most day hikers or even most backpackers ever venture. Terrain so remote that even experienced through hikers doing the full Queets corridor in a single trip rarely spend more than one night actually inside its boundaries. Every ranger who has worked that district long enough eventually experiences what the rest of us simply call the sound, an unusual low, sustained tone that occurs at irregular but not infrequent intervals within a specific section of Zone 9, always in the same general area, always described in remarkably consistent terms by rangers who have never compared notes with each other beforehand. I want to describe it as best I can based on my own experience and on what more than a dozen colleagues across different years have independently told me, because the consistency of those descriptions is, to me, the single most unsettling part of the entire phenomenon. I first heard about it during my second season from a district supervisor named Aldo Reyes who had worked that drainage for close to 15 years by the time I met him. He mentioned it during a routine patrol briefing, in the same practical, matter-of-fact tone rangers use to relay any piece of operationally relevant site knowledge, that if I ever found myself doing overnight patrol work deep enough in a Zone 9, I should not be alarmed if I heard a low humming sound at some point during the night, that it had been reported by staff for decades, that it had never been connected to any actual hazard or incident, and that the general institutional approach was simply to note it and move on rather than investigate it further, since nothing about it had ever posed any measurable risk to anyone who encountered it. I asked him, naturally, what he thought caused it. He said he genuinely didn't know, and that in 15 years of occasionally hearing it himself, he had tried every mundane explanation available to him without ever landing on one that fully satisfied the specific character of the sound. Wind moving through old growth canopy can produce a wide range of unusual tones, certainly, particularly in a forest with trees the size and age found in that drainage. But wind-driven sound varies with gusts, rises and falls unevenly, and is almost always accompanied by other audible wind effects, branches moving, needles rustling, the general ambient noise of moving air through a forest canopy. The sound in Zone 9, by every account I've ever heard including my own, is steady, level, sustained for a period of anywhere from 30 seconds to several minutes at a stretch, and occurs, more often than not, on nights that are otherwise completely calm, with no wind at all moving through the surrounding canopy. I experienced it myself for the first time during an overnight patrol in my fourth season, camped in a designated backcountry site well within Zone 9's boundaries, doing a routine multi-day patrol, checking permit compliance and trail conditions along that stretch of the upper drainage. I want to describe the setting first, because I think it matters. Old-growth rainforest at night, is already a profoundly strange sensory environment, even without anything unusual happening. Canopy so dense overhead that even on a clear night with a full moon, almost no light reaches the forest floor, an ambient soundscape of dripping water that essentially never stops given how much moisture that ecosystem holds even during drier months. Occasional distant sounds from wildlife that can be difficult to place precisely given how sound travels and gets absorbed differently in that kind of dense, moss-laden environment. I woke sometime after midnight to a low, steady tone, difficult to describe precisely, somewhere between a hum and a drone, pitched low enough that I felt it almost as much as heard it, a faint vibration I could sense through the ground beneath my sleeping bag as much as through my ears. I lay still for a long moment, initially assuming it was some kind of distant machinery, though I immediately recognized how implausible that explanation was given how far I was from any road, any structure, any conceivable source of mechanical sound, hours of difficult trail travel from the nearest trailhead in every direction. The sound continued for what I estimated afterward to be close to 2 minutes, steady the entire time, no variation in pitch or volume that I could detect, before fading out gradually rather than stopping abruptly, the way a sound recedes when its source moves away rather than simply switching off. I checked the weather immediately afterward, stepping outside my tent to look at the canopy and listen for wind. The night was completely calm, no breeze at all, canopy motionless as far as I could tell in the dim moonlight filtering weakly through the branches. I did not sleep well the rest of that night, and I logged the experience factually the next morning in my patrol report, the same way I would log any unusual field observation, without speculation, simply describing what I had heard and the conditions under which I heard it. When I returned to the district station and mentioned it to Aldo, he nodded, unsurprised, and told me my description matched almost exactly what he and several other rangers over the years had reported, down to the specific detail about feeling the sound as much as hearing it, a detail he said came up in nearly every account he'd ever collected informally over his career, despite none of those rangers ever having compared notes with each other before independently mentioning that same specific sensation. Over the following years, I made a point of asking other rangers who worked that district whether they had experienced anything similar, partly out of genuine scientific curiosity and partly, I'll admit, because I wanted some kind of collective data point that might eventually point toward an explanation. I spoke with at least 11 different rangers over the remainder of my career who had spent significant overnight time in Zone 9, and 9 of them reported experiencing the sound at least once, always described in strikingly similar terms: low, steady, felt as much as heard, occurring most often on calm nights, lasting anywhere from 30 seconds to several minutes before fading rather than stopping abruptly. One of those accounts stood out to me more than the others from a wildlife biologist named Corinne Aldridge, who had spent an entire summer doing an owl population survey in that drainage, requiring dozens of overnight stays across the season specifically because that survey work depends on quiet, attentive listening at night for owl calls, meaning she was, by the nature of her job, more attuned to the forest's nighttime soundscape than almost anyone else who has ever worked that district. She told me she had heard the sound on 4 separate occasions over that single summer, far more frequently than most rangers who only spend occasional nights in the zone during standard patrol rotations, and that she had, out of professional habit, attempted to record it using audio equipment she carried for her actual survey work. She told me the recordings, when she reviewed them afterward, captured the ambient forest sounds around her clearly, her own movement, distant water, typical rainforest night noise, but consistently failed to capture the low tone itself, despite her being certain in the moment that the sound was loud and sustained enough that professional recording equipment should have picked it up easily. She reviewed the recordings multiple times, adjusted her equipment, checked it for malfunction between attempts, and found nothing wrong with the gear itself, which functioned perfectly for capturing every other sound in that environment except, specifically and consistently, the one sound she most wanted to document. I found that detail more unsettling than almost anything else associated with the phenomenon, because it meant the sound was not simply subtle or easily missed by recording equipment calibrated for a different frequency range. Since her equipment was specifically designed to capture the kind of low-frequency owl calls that share meaningful acoustic similarity with what she and every other ranger described hearing. Something about the sound itself seemed to resist being captured on tape in a way that plain physics does not easily explain, present and clearly perceptible to a human listener standing in that forest, and simply absent from any recording made at the same time in the same location. I asked Aldo, near the end of my own career in that district, whether he had ever found any historical reference to the sound predating the park's own establishment in 1938, curious whether it might connect to some older piece of regional folklore the way so many other strange backcountry patterns eventually seem to. He told me he had looked into it himself years earlier, going through what archive material existed from early Forest Service and later Park Service staff who worked that district before formal ranger patrols were established, and had found one brief, unexplained reference in a 1941 trail crew report, noting only that crew members working in that specific drainage had reported an unusual humming noise on several occasions during a summer construction project, described in almost identical terms to what modern rangers still report today: low, steady, felt rather than clearly heard, with no identified source ever determined by the crew despite what the report described as a genuine effort to locate it during daylight hours the following morning. That report, as far as either of us could determine, represents the earliest documented reference to the phenomenon, predating Aldo's own tenure by decades, and confirming that whatever produces the sound has apparently been doing so in that same general location for the better part of a century, without ever escalating into anything more than an unusual, unexplained noise that has never once been connected to any actual harm, injury, or dangerous incident in all that time. I no longer work in that park, but I think about Zone 9 sometimes, particularly on quiet nights anywhere else in the backcountry when the forest around me happens to fall unusually still. I never developed a theory of my own for what causes the sound, and neither, as far as I know, has anyone else who has spent meaningful time in that drainage over the decades. What I can say, having heard it myself, and having spoken with enough colleagues who described the same specific sensation independently, is that it remains one of the few genuinely unexplained phenomena I encountered across 10 seasons of backcountry work in one of the wettest, densest, and oldest forests left in this country, a sound that resists recording, defies simple explanation, and has apparently been quietly present in that same patch of ancient rainforest for far longer than any of us have been alive to hear it. The trail crew that vanished for a day. I worked 9 seasons in Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks, most of it as a wilderness ranger attached to a trail crew operating in the park's high country, above 9,000 feet in a section of the southern Sierra Nevada, where granite basins and glacially carved canyons stretch for miles between any 2 points of reliable radio contact. Trail crew work in that terrain is physically demanding and highly coordinated. Teams of 4 to 8 people working sections of trail that can only be reached by multi-day pack trips, carrying tools, supplies, and occasionally small amounts of explosive material used for clearing rock when a trail section needs realignment around an unstable slope. Every ranger and trail crew veteran who has worked that particular district long enough eventually hears about what happened in the summer of 1993, an incident that remains officially closed and explained in the park's own administrative files, but that almost nobody who actually worked alongside the people involved has ever fully accepted the official explanation for, not because they doubt the crew's honesty, but because the official account requires believing something about human perception and memory that most of them find harder to swallow than whatever stranger explanation they've each quietly settled on instead. The crew in question was a 6-person trail team working a remediation project on a stretch of trail above a high alpine basin, rebuilding a section that had been damaged by a rock slide the previous winter, a multi-week project requiring the crew to be based at a remote camp for most of a month with periodic resupply by mule train. The crew leader was a woman named Diane Kowalczyk, an experienced trail supervisor who had worked that district for over a decade by that point, along with 5 crew members of varying experience, all of whom had passed the physical and technical requirements for that kind of remote, technically demanding work. On the morning of July 14th, 1993, the crew set out from their base camp to work a section of trail roughly 2 miles distant, a normal daily routine for a project of that length. Standard crew protocol required a radio check-in with the district office at noon and again at the end of the workday, a simple, reliable system that had functioned without incident for the entire project up to that point. The noon check-in on July 14th never came. The district office, following established protocol for a missed check-in, attempted repeated contact throughout the afternoon without success, and by early evening, having received no contact for the entire day, initiated an overdue party response, the formal process for locating a crew or individual who has failed to maintain required radio contact in the backcountry. A response team reached the crew's base camp early the following morning, July 15th, and found it exactly as the crew had left it the previous day, tents in order, gear undisturbed, nothing suggesting any kind of accident or emergency at the camp itself. The response team continued along the crew's planned work route and found all 6 crew members together, alive, uninjured, sitting near the section of trail they had been assigned to work, apparently unharmed and, according to every account from the responding rangers, entirely unaware that anything unusual had happened. I want to describe what came out of the subsequent interviews as carefully as I can, because this is the part of the story that has never sat comfortably with anyone who actually knew the people involved. Every member of the crew, interviewed separately by park administration in the days following the incident, gave an account that was internally consistent for each individual, but that collectively described a single workday that felt to every one of them like it had lasted a normal 8 or 9 hours. Arriving at the work site in the morning, working through the day on trail construction tasks, taking a lunch break, continuing work into the afternoon, and preparing to hike back to camp as the light began to fade, exactly the way any ordinary day on that project would have unfolded. The problem, of course, is that the response team found them still at the work site, not back at camp, roughly 24 hours after they had originally left that morning, meaning an entire missed workday and overnight period had apparently passed for everyone else involved in the incident, while the crew themselves experienced what felt, to every one of them independently, like a single uninterrupted day of normal trail work with no missing time, no gap in memory, no sense that anything had. All was unusual until the response team arrived and explained what had actually happened. Diane, the crew leader, was the one who eventually told me most of this directly, years later, after she had moved into an administrative position and I had become a crew member myself working under her broader supervision. She told me she had gone over that day in her own memory more times than she could count in the decades since, tried to identify any gap, any missing piece, any moment where her recollection simply stopped and picked back up somewhere later, the kind of memory lapse you might expect from exhaustion, dehydration, or some kind of medical event affecting the whole crew simultaneously, which was in fact the working theory park administration eventually settled on for the official incident report. Some combination of altitude-related cognitive impairment, possible mild carbon monoxide exposure from a malfunctioning camp stove, or a shared psychological phenomenon triggered by extended isolation and physical stress. Diane told me none of those explanations ever felt right to her, for a simple, specific reason. The crew's radio, the same radio that had failed to make the scheduled noon and evening check-ins, was found by the response team switched on, functioning normally, with a fresh battery that showed no sign of the kind of drain you'd expect from a full day and night of continuous operation. If the crew had genuinely simply lost track of time due to some shared medical or psychological event, the radio should still have been transmitting normally throughout that missing day, available for the district office to reach even if the crew themselves failed to actively check in on schedule. Instead, the radio, according to Diane, appeared to responding Rangers exactly as it would if it had simply been switched on that same morning, moments before they arrived, rather than having been active and in use throughout an entire missing day and night. She also told me something that never made it into any official report, because none of the crew felt it would be taken seriously or would do anything except make an already strange incident sound stranger without adding any real clarity. Every single member of that crew, interviewed separately with no opportunity to coordinate a shared story beforehand, independently described the same small detail about that day's weather, a persistent, unusually still quality to the air throughout the entire time they worked, no wind at all moving through the basin, which several of them found notable at the time, specifically because that particular basin is known among crew members for reliably strong afternoon winds funneling through the surrounding peaks, winds strong enough that trail crews typically planned their most wind-sensitive tasks, anything involving loose material or unsecured tools, around a predictable midday lull rather than working through the afternoon the way this crew apparently did without any wind-related complications at all. I asked Diane directly during the conversation where she told me most of this, whether she had ever developed her own private theory for what actually happened that day, separate from the official explanation she had spent years defending in administrative context because it was functionally the only theory anyone in a position of authority was willing to put their name to. She told me she genuinely hadn't, that in 3 decades since the incident, she had never landed on any explanation, mundane or otherwise, that fully accounted for both the missing day and the undrained radio battery, and that the closest she had ever come to a working theory was simply accepting that something about that basin, on that particular day, had caused an entire day and night to pass for everyone outside the crew's immediate presence, while the crew themselves experienced something closer to a single continuous afternoon, without any of them ever being able to identify the exact moment where that discrepancy actually occurred. I want to mention one additional detail that Diane shared with me. One she said she had never repeated to park administration at all, out of a sense that it would sound too strange to be taken seriously alongside everything else the crew had already reported. She told me that in the weeks after the incident, back at the district station, she had found herself unable to shake a specific, persistent impression from that day, a sense, present throughout the entire time the crew worked, that they were being observed from somewhere on the basin's upper slopes, a feeling strong enough that she had mentioned it privately to one other crew member at the time, who admitted to feeling exactly the same thing without either of them saying anything about it out loud to the rest of the group until well after the whole incident had been resolved. Every member of that original crew has since retired or transferred to different parks over the decades, and Diane herself retired only a few years before I left the park system myself. I asked her once near the end of her career whether she would ever consider working that same basin again if given the assignment, purely as a hypothetical, and she told me she had, in fact, been assigned brief follow-up work in that same general area twice more over her career, and that nothing unusual had ever happened on either occasion. No missing time, no undrained radio battery. Nothing beyond the ordinary demands of remote trail work at high elevation. She said she had never been able to decide whether that meant whatever happened in 1993 was a genuine one-time anomaly or whether it was simply waiting, patient in the way she said the whole basin sometimes felt patient for another crew, another particular combination of weather and stillness and isolation to happen along at exactly the right moment again. I no longer work in that park system, but I think about that incident sometimes, particularly the detail about the radio battery, because it is the one piece of physical, measurable evidence in the entire account that resists every explanation anyone in an official capacity has ever offered. 6 experienced, credible people, each independently describing a single ordinary workday, while an entire missing day and night passed for everyone else involved, and a radio left switched on the whole time that somehow behaved by every measurable standard, as though it had only just been turned on. Sequoia and Kings Canyon hold some of the oldest living trees on this planet. And after 9 seasons working in that high country, I came away convinced that a landscape old enough to hold trees that predate most of human civilization might also, in ways none of us are equipped to measure or explain, hold on to time itself a little differently than the rest of the world does, at least in certain basins on certain days, for reasons none of us have ever managed to fully understand. The ranger station with 2 front doors. I worked 8 seasons as a backcountry ranger in Shenandoah National Park, most of it in the park's central district along a stretch of the Blue Ridge that sees far fewer visitors than the northern section near the main entrance, quieter hollows and older, less traveled trail systems that most people driving Skyline Drive never think to leave their cars for. Shenandoah is a strange park in one particular way that most visitors never learn, which is that almost the entire landscape was once privately settled. Dozens of small mountain communities, farms, churches, and family cemeteries scattered through those hollows before the federal government forced the residents out in the 1930s to create the park, meaning the forest that looks so untouched today is, in a very real sense, built directly on top of a displaced human history that the Park Service has only ever partially documented. That history matters to this story because of a specific structure in the district where I worked, an old backcountry patrol cabin that predates the park itself. Originally built as a family homestead sometime in the late 1800s, later converted for administrative use once the land was absorbed into the park, and still used today on an irregular basis as an emergency shelter and equipment cache for rangers working that section of the district. Every ranger who has spent meaningful time in that district eventually learns something odd about that cabin structure, a detail that shows up nowhere in the park's own facilities records, and that nobody currently on staff has ever been able to satisfactorily explain. The cabin has 2 front doors. I want to be precise about what I mean by that, because it sounds like a strange detail to fixate on. The cabin's main entrance, the one used by every ranger who has ever worked out of that station, faces the trail approach from the east, a simple wooden door with a modern deadbolt installed decades ago as part of a general security upgrade across the park's backcountry facilities. On the opposite side of the cabin, facing west into dense, largely trailless forest with no maintained approach of any kind, there's a second door, older, clearly original to the structure's earliest construction based on the hardware and joinery, identical in size and general placement to the main entrance, situated in exactly the position you would expect a secondary entrance to occupy on a modest homestead cabin from that era. The problem, according to every set of blueprints, facilities records, and historical survey documentation the park has on file for that structure, is that the cabin was never built with 2 front doors. The original architectural assessment conducted when the Park Service took over the property in the 1930s describes a single entrance structure, consistent with typical homestead cabin design from that period in that region. Every subsequent facilities inspection, renovation record, and maintenance log across nearly a century of park ownership describes the same single entrance configuration. On the east side, exactly where every ranger who has ever worked there actually uses the door today. And yet the second door on the west side is physically present, has been physically present for as long as anyone currently on staff can recall, constructed with hardware and materials consistent with the cabin's original 1800s construction rather than any later modification, and functions, structurally, as a genuine door rather than some kind of decorative or symbolic architectural feature, complete with a working, if extremely old and stiff, mechanical latch. I first learned about the discrepancy during my second season from a district maintenance supervisor named Walt Prosser, who had overseen facilities work in that section of the park for close to 20 years. He mentioned it to me almost in passing, the way you'd mention any piece of practical operational knowledge about an old building, that the west door existed, that nobody on current staff had ever gotten it to open, the latch mechanism seizing every time anyone had attempted to force it over the decades he'd been aware of the problem, and that facilities management had essentially given up trying to reconcile the physical structure with the official records, treating the door as a curious anomaly rather than something requiring active investigation. I asked him the obvious question, whether the park had ever brought in a historian or structural specialist to actually resolve the discrepancy, given how unusual it seemed for a documented federal structure to contain a significant architectural feature completely absent from every official record spanning nearly a century. He told me it had been looked into exactly once, in the early 2000s, when a visiting architectural historian doing broader research on the park's Homestead-era structures had noticed the door during an unrelated survey visit and flagged it as worth investigating further. That investigation, according to Walt, went nowhere useful. The historian's research into county property records, church records, and whatever family history could be traced for the original homestead occupants turned up no mention of a second entrance, no family stories, no local folklore specifically about that door, nothing beyond the simple, unresolved physical fact of its existence. I want to describe my own experience with the door, because it's the reason this particular story has stayed with me more than almost anything else from my career in that park. In my fourth season, doing routine equipment maintenance at the cabin during an otherwise unremarkable solo patrol, I decided, largely out of the same curiosity that has gotten more than one ranger and more than one strange story into some kind of trouble, to try the west door myself, despite Walt's warning that the latch had never functioned for anyone in living memory. The latch, when I actually put my hand to it and applied steady pressure the way you would with any old, stiff mechanism, moved. Not easily and not smoothly, but it moved with a grinding resistance that suggested genuine decades of disuse rather than any deliberate obstruction, and I felt at release the specific mechanical sensation of an old latch bolt actually clearing its strike plate. I did not open the door. I want to be honest about why, because I've turned that decision over many times since, and I still don't have a fully satisfying explanation for my own hesitation in that moment. It was broad daylight, a clear, ordinary afternoon. Nothing about the immediate physical environment gave me any specific reason for alarm. But standing there with my hand on that release latch, I found myself experiencing the same flat, wordless certainty I imagine every ranger in every story like this eventually describes. A sense that opening that door was simply not something I was going to do, not out of fear exactly, but out of an instinct that felt less like a choice and more like a boundary I had reached without deciding to reach it. I told Walt what had happened, and he was quiet for a long moment before telling me something he said he had never shared with any other ranger, because he had always assumed before that conversation that he was the only person who had ever actually managed to work the latch loose. He told me that 15 years earlier, doing a similar routine maintenance visit, he had experienced almost exactly the same thing. The latch releasing under steady pressure after what he assumed was simple mechanical persistence, finally overcoming decades of rust and disuse, and that he too had stopped himself before actually opening the door. For reasons he had never been able to articulate any better than I had just attempted to articulate my own. He told me one more thing that stuck with me longer than anything else from that conversation. In the weeks after his own experience with the latch, curious in the same way I would eventually become curious myself, he had gone looking through older facilities' records specifically for any historical account of someone actually opening that door, on the theory that if the latch could be worked loose by two separate rangers 15 years apart, someone at some point across nearly a century of park ownership must have managed it before either of them. He found exactly one relevant reference, buried in an old maintenance log from the 1950s, noting only that a seasonal ranger had reported the west door as, in the log's own clipped phrasing, temporarily opened during a routine inspection, with no further elaboration, no description of what was found on the other side, and no record of that seasonal ranger's name or any further mention of the incident anywhere else in the park's archive files. Walt told me he had tried, without success, to identify who that ranger might have been or whether they had left any further account of the experience anywhere outside the official record. I want to mention one additional detail, one that came from a conversation I had years later with a park historian doing broader archival work on Shenandoah's displaced homestead communities, unrelated to the cabin specifically until I brought it up out of my own lingering curiosity. She told me that oral history interviews conducted with descendants of displaced Shenandoah families in the 1970s and 80s, part of a broader effort to document the human history the park had erased when it forced those communities out, occasionally included brief, unelaborated references to specific homestead structures having what interview subjects vaguely described as an old family door, phrasing she had encountered in a handful of interviews across different, unrelated hollows throughout the park, always mentioned briefly and without further explanation, always in a tone she described as matter-of-fact rather than mysterious. The way you'd mention any ordinary piece of household history that had simply lost its context over the intervening decades. She could not tell me whether that phrase connected to anything specific about our cabin's second door, since none of those interviews she had reviewed specifically mentioned that particular homestead by name, and she was careful to caution me against reading too much into a vague verbal pattern across unrelated interviews conducted decades after the fact, with elderly subjects recalling childhood memories of homes they had been forcibly removed from as children or young adults. But the phrase has stayed with me since she mentioned it, an old family door, spoken casually by more than one displaced family across more than one hollow in that park, describing something that, as far as I have ever been able to determine, no architectural record anywhere in the park's official files has ever adequately explained. I no longer work in that park, but I think about that cabin sometimes, particularly the specific sensation of that latch releasing under my own hand, a small mechanical event that should have meant nothing beyond simple curiosity satisfied, and that instead left me with the same unshakable certainty Walt described from his own experience 15 years before mine, that whatever waited on the other side of that door was not something either of us was ever going to choose to see for ourselves. Shenandoah is built on land that once held real homes, real families forced out within living memory of people who are, in some cases, still alive today to remember it. I have come to believe, without any way of proving it, that a park built on that kind of displacement might hold on to certain things the way any home holds on a memory, quietly, physically, in structures that outlast the official records meant to explain them, waiting for someone curious enough and foolish enough to finally open the door. The Night Patrol log that writes itself. I worked 7 seasons as a backcountry ranger in Big Bend National Park, most of it in the park's more remote desert districts along the Rio Grande and up into the higher elevations of the Chizos Mountains, terrain that swings between brutal, exposed desert heat and genuinely cold, isolated high country within the same single park boundary. Big Bend is one of the least visited national parks in the lower 48 relative to its size, over 800,000 acres of Chihuahuan desert and river canyon country that most Americans have never heard of, let alone visited, which means the backcountry work out there involves a level of isolation that few other parks in the system can match. Every backcountry patrol station in that park keeps a written logbook, standard practice across the entire national park system, a physical record of daily activity, wildlife sightings, weather conditions, visitor contacts, and anything else operationally relevant for whoever comes on shift next. Most stations rotate through several different rangers over the course of a season, meaning any given logbook accumulates entries in dozens of different handwritings over its working life. A mundane but genuinely useful institutional memory that helps each new ranger understand recent conditions before heading out on patrol. The station at the center of this story sits at a remote outpost we call internally the River Station, situated along an isolated stretch of the Rio Grande, accessible only by a long, exposed hike or occasional river access, staffed on an irregular rotating basis depending on seasonal patrol needs, sometimes left unoccupied for weeks at a stretch during slower periods of the year. It is precisely that irregular occupancy pattern, I think, that makes what happens in its logbook so difficult to explain through any simple, mundane theory involving a person quietly playing an elaborate long-term prank on their colleagues. I first learned about the pattern during my third season from a district supervisor named Inés Salvatierra, who had worked that river district for over a decade and who briefed every new ranger assigned rotation at the river station on what she called, in the same practical, business-like tone she used for every other operational briefing, the log's habit. She told me that periodically, always during stretches when the station had been left unoccupied for an extended period with no ranger present, new entries would nonetheless appear in the logbook, written in a consistent, distinctive hand that did not match any current or, as far as anyone had ever been able to determine, any past staff member's handwriting on file, describing patrol activity, weather conditions, and wildlife sightings for specific dates during which the station was verifiably empty according to the district's own staffing and rotation schedule. I want to be precise about what I mean by verifiably empty, because this detail matters enormously to how seriously the phenomenon has been taken by rangers who have investigated it over the years. Big Bend's remote district staffing follows a documented rotation schedule, tracked centrally by the district office, cross-referenced against radio check-ins, vehicle logs at the trailhead where rangers park before hiking into that station, and, since the early 2000s, basic GPS tracking data from issued Park Service radios that record location pings whenever a unit powers on within range of a repeater. Every one of those independent tracking methods, for every documented instance of a log's habit that I am aware of, confirms with reasonable confidence that no park staff member was physically present at that station during the period the mystery entries describe. The entries themselves, when I eventually saw examples firsthand during my own rotations there, read exactly like ordinary patrol log entries. Nothing overtly strange or threatening in their content, simply factual seeming notes about weather, river conditions, occasional wildlife sightings, the kind of mundane operational record any ranger might produce during a routine shift. That mundanity, more than anything overtly dramatic, is what several rangers over the years have told me they found most unsettling about the phenomenon. The sense that whatever was producing these entries was not attempting to communicate anything sinister or threatening, but was simply quietly continuing to log a patrol shift that, by every measure the park's own tracking systems could confirm, was never actually staffed by any living person. I experienced this directly myself in my 5th season, arriving at the river station after a 2-week period during which the station had been officially unoccupied, confirmed by the district's own rotation schedule and by my own knowledge that I was the first ranger assigned there since the previous rotation ended. I opened the logbook as part of standard arrival procedure, expecting the last entry to be from whoever had closed out the station 2 weeks earlier. Instead, I found 6 additional entries beyond that final documented shift, dated across the intervening 2-week gap, each describing a different day's conditions in specific plausible detail: river levels, temperature ranges, one entry noting a javelina sighting near the station's water access point, all written in a distinctive, consistent hand, small and precise, using a particular old-fashioned looping style for capital letters that did not match my own handwriting. Did not match the handwriting of the ranger who had closed the station 2 weeks earlier. It did not match, as I later confirmed by comparing samples, the handwriting of any other current member of district staff. I photographed every page and brought the log directly to Ines rather than attempting to investigate the discrepancy myself, since by that point I had already been briefed thoroughly enough on the log's habit to know that direct investigation had never produced any useful answers for anyone who had tried it before me. Ines confirmed, comparing the new entries against her own extensive personal file of previous examples collected over her decade in that district, that the handwriting matched exactly, in every distinguishing detail, entries that had appeared during previous unoccupied periods stretching back years before I ever joined the district, meaning whatever was producing these entries had been doing so consistently, in the same identifiable hand, across a period of at least a decade, and based on older records she had inherited from her own predecessor, likely considerably longer than that. I asked her the question everyone eventually asks once they learn about the phenomenon: whether the park had ever attempted a rigorous, controlled investigation, security cameras, motion sensors, anything that might definitively confirm or rule out the possibility of an unauthorized person somehow accessing that remote station undetected across multiple staffing gaps over more than a decade. She told me it had been attempted exactly once, roughly 8 years before I joined the district, when a previous district supervisor, frustrated by years of inconclusive folklore surrounding the log, arranged for a discreet trail camera to be positioned covering the station's interior during a scheduled 2-week unoccupied period, specifically timed to capture any human activity that might explain the entries through simple, mundane trespassing. The camera recorded normally throughout that 2-week period, batteries functioning correctly, memory card intact, timestamp data consistent and uninterrupted. When retrieved, it showed exactly what you would expect from an empty, undisturbed station: no visitors, no wildlife entering the structure itself. Nothing unusual whatsoever in the visual record across the entire monitoring period. And yet, when the logbook itself was checked upon the district supervisor's own arrival at the end of that same 2-week period, for new entries had appeared in the same distinctive hand, describing conditions for 4 of the 14 days the camera had supposedly been continuously monitoring the room, without a single frame of footage showing anyone or anything approaching the logbook itself during that entire window. I want to describe one more detail that Ines shared with me, one that she said had bothered her more than almost anything else about the phenomenon across her entire career in that district. Several years into her own tenure, curious enough to push past simple institutional acceptance, she had taken the unusual step of having several of the mystery entries analyzed by a forensic document examiner she knew through an unrelated professional connection, hoping to at least establish whether the handwriting showed any measurable characteristics that might narrow down who or what might be producing it. The examiner's report, delivered with what Ines described as visible professional discomfort, noted that the handwriting displayed remarkably consistent characteristics across samples spanning more than a decade, showing none of the natural variation you would expect from any single human writer over that length of time. No evidence of aging, illness, changing grip strength, or any of the small physical drifts that gradually alter an individual's handwriting across years of ordinary use. The examiner's conclusion, delivered somewhat reluctantly according to Ines, was that the samples were either produced by multiple different people trained to replicate an identical, highly specific hand with an improbable degree of precision across more than a decade, or by a single source that, in the examiner's own careful phrasing, did not appear to be aging in any of the ways human handwriting normally does. I stayed at the river station for the remainder of that particular rotation without any further incident, and completed several more rotations there across my remaining seasons in that district, none of which produced any additional mystery entries during periods when I personally arrived to open the log. I did, however, experience one more relevant incident near the end of my time in that district, one I have never fully been able to set aside. On a routine overnight solo patrol at the station, unable to sleep for reasons I could not identify beyond simple restlessness, I found myself, sometime well after midnight, sitting at the small desk where the logbook was kept, simply looking at it in the dim light of my headlamp, turning back through older pages out of idle curiosity rather than any specific investigative purpose. I want to describe what I noticed as carefully and honestly as I can, because I have never been fully certain how much of it was genuine observation and how much was simple suggestion, my own mind primed by years of hearing about the phenomenon to notice patterns that might not have actually been there. Several of the older mystery entries, spread across years of the log's history, seemed, when read consecutively rather than scattered among the ordinary staffed entries surrounding them, to describe a loose, continuous narrative of sorts, mentions of river conditions that track plausibly with seasonal patterns across the actual calendar dates involved, occasional references to wildlife that seemed, in aggregate, to describe a specific, recurring elk or deer presence near the station that no current staff member had ever actually documented seeing themselves, as though whoever or whatever was producing these entries was genuinely, consistently observing that specific stretch of river and canyon, season after season, year after year, in a way that felt less like a hoax constructed for effect, and more like an authentic, if impossible, ongoing record of patrol work being conducted by someone or something that had never once in over a decade of documented instances been seen doing it. I no longer work in that park, and I have lost touch with whether the phenomenon has continued in the years since I transferred to a different district and eventually left the park service entirely. Ines retired a few years after I did, and I have no way of knowing who currently briefs new rangers on the log's habit, or whether that institutional knowledge has continued to pass down the same quiet, informal way it passed to me. What I can say, having handled those pages myself, having compared handwriting samples against my own memory of that distinctive looping script, and having sat alone at that desk in the middle of the night, turning through years of an impossible, ongoing record, is that Big Bend's isolation, the genuine, profound remoteness of that river district compared to almost anywhere else in the park system, seems to have allowed something to continue there, quietly, patiently, filling in the gaps of an official record every time we stepped away from it long enough to leave room. The ranger who counted twice. I worked 6 seasons as a backcountry ranger in Zion National Park, most of it managing permit compliance and trailhead monitoring for the park's more demanding technical routes, the kind of canyon and slot terrain that draws experienced hikers from all over the world and occasionally punishes the ones who underestimate it. Zion is a small park by Western standards, only about 150 square miles, but the terrain compresses an enormous amount of vertical relief and technical difficulty into that footprint. Narrow slot canyons, exposed sandstone routes, and a permit system built specifically to track how many people enter and exit the more dangerous sections of backcountry on any given day. Because in terrain like that, a headcount discrepancy is the first and most important signal that something has gone wrong. The trailhead monitoring system for the park's most heavily regulated technical canyon, the one most visitors know simply by its popular nickname, though I'll avoid using it here, works through a simple, well-established process. Every permitted party checks in electronically or in person at a ranger station before entering, providing an exact head count, and checks out the same way upon exit, allowing rangers to maintain a running tally throughout the day of exactly how many permitted hikers remain unaccounted for inside the canyon at any given moment. It is a system that has worked reliably for decades, refined after a handful of serious incidents in the park's history, made it clear that knowing precisely who is inside dangerous terrain and when can be the difference between a routine end-of-day check and a full emergency search initiated with enough daylight left to actually matter. I want to describe a specific, recurring discrepancy in that system that I first learned about during my second season, from a district ranger named Marcus Abaca, who had worked canyon monitoring in that district for over a decade by the time I met him. He told me, during a routine training briefing on the check-in and check-out procedures, that on a small but consistent number of days each season, usually no more than a handful across an entire year, the exit head count for a given party would come back exactly one person higher than the entry head count recorded that same morning, a discrepancy that should be logically impossible under the system as designed, and that had never, in his decade of tracking it, corresponded to any actual missing or unaccounted for individual once every party was fully interviewed and cross-referenced against their own trip planning. I asked him the obvious question, whether this simply reflected clerical error, a miscount at the entry station, or a mistaken addition of a hiker who had joined a group informally partway through the day without a permit of their own. He told me that explanation had been the working theory for years and remained the officially accepted explanation in every administrative report on the subject, but that it failed to account for a specific detail that had bothered him and several other longtime rangers enough that they had started quietly tracking the pattern themselves outside of any official channel. In every documented instance he was aware of, when rangers interviewed the exiting party in detail, every single member of the group, all of them accounted for on the original permit, consistently and independently described the same detail, that they had at some point during their hike through the canyon briefly encountered another hiker moving in the same direction, someone not part of their own group, who had walked alongside or just ahead of them for a period ranging from a few minutes to, in a few unusual accounts, several hours, before that individual simply was no longer present, without any of the group members recalling a clear moment of separation or an explanation for where the person had gone. I want to emphasize how strange this detail becomes once you sit with it carefully. A slot canyon of the kind involved in these cases is often narrow enough, in its most demanding sections, that passing another hiker requires deliberate coordination, waiting at a widened section, communicating about right-of-way through a tight passage, the kind of interaction that leaves a clear impression on everyone involved. Yet in every documented instance, the additional hiker described by the group was remembered only vaguely, present and unremarkable enough to blend into the general experience of the hike, gone by the time the group reached the exit and never once matched to any other permitted party that day, any other individual entry recorded at any trailhead in the district, or any missing persons report filed anywhere in the park system. I experienced this myself directly in my fourth season, staffing the exit checkpoint on an unusually quiet weekday in early October, checking out a party of 4 experienced canyoneers whose entry count that morning had been recorded clearly and without any ambiguity as 4 individuals. When I did the standard exit interview, a routine conversation asking about conditions, any hazards encountered, general trip experience, one member of the group mentioned, almost as an aside, that they had been glad for the company of the 5th hiker who had joined them informally partway through the canyon, someone none of them had met before that day, who had hiked alongside them for what the group estimated as close to 2 hours through some of the canyon's more technically demanding sections before the group lost track of him during a brief separation near one of the canyon's narrower sections. I asked for a description, standard procedure for any unaccounted for individual in that terrain, since an unpermitted solo hiker in a slot canyon is itself a safety concern worth documenting regardless of any stranger pattern attached to it. The description I received was notably vague for a group that had spent close to 2 hours in close physical proximity to this person, a man they believed of unremarkable height and build, wearing gear that none of the four could specifically recall beyond a general impression that it looked appropriate for the terrain, with no one in the group able to offer a clear memory of his face, his voice beyond basic trail small talk, or any other identifying detail that might have helped narrow down who he actually was. I logged the report exactly as any ranger would for an unaccounted for hiker, initiated a check against the day's other permits, and confirmed, as had apparently happened every previous time this pattern occurred, that no other permit or trailhead registration anywhere in the district that day accounted for a fifth individual matching even the vague description provided. I also confirmed, over the following days, that no missing persons report, no vehicle left unaccounted for at any trailhead parking area, and no further contact of any kind ever surfaced connecting to that day's incident. I brought my experience to Marcus afterward, and he told me it matched, almost exactly, the general shape of every other instance he had personally investigated over his career, down to the specific vagueness of the physical description and the consistent estimate of roughly 2 hours of shared company before the unexplained separation. He told me he had, over the years, developed an informal habit of asking a few additional questions during exit interviews whenever this pattern surfaced, hoping to eventually gather enough detail across enough instances to identify some kind of consistent signature that might point toward an explanation, mundane or otherwise. One detail he had managed to establish across several instances, one that had never made it into any official report because it seemed too speculative to include, was that the additional hiker was reported almost exclusively during hikes undertaken on quieter, less crowded days, weekdays outside of peak season, when a given party might reasonably expect to have long stretches of the canyon entirely to themselves. He had never once documented the pattern occurring during a busy weekend or holiday period, when the canyon's technical sections regularly see enough foot traffic that any solo hiker moving through would likely be noticed and remembered clearly by multiple independent parties rather than blending anonymously into a single group's experience. I asked him whether he had a theory that satisfied him personally, separate from the clerical error explanation that remained the park's official position. He told me he genuinely didn't, though he had, over the years, come to hold a private, unofficial hypothesis he was careful to frame as speculation rather than anything he would ever commit to in writing, that the pattern seemed, in some way he couldn't articulate more precisely, to reflect something about that specific canyon's relationship to solitude, as though the terrain itself occasionally produced a kind of companion for hikers moving alone through its quietest, most isolated stretches, present just long enough to be remembered vaguely, and then gone before anyone could examine the encounter closely enough to notice anything was wrong. I want to describe one more account that Marcus shared with me, secondhand from a colleague who had since transferred to a different park, involving an instance where the discrepancy nearly escalated into a full search operation before resolving itself in an unusual way. A solo permitted hiker, experienced and well-prepared, checked in that morning as a single entry and did not appear at the exit checkpoint by the expected time that evening, triggering the beginning of an overdue party protocol. Before the search could formally launch, however, the ranger monitoring the checkpoint noticed the hiker approaching the trailhead on foot, safe and uninjured, roughly 40 minutes past the expected exit window, apologizing for the delay and explaining that he had simply lost track of time. During the routine debrief that followed, the hiker mentioned, without prompting, that he had spent a significant portion of his day hiking alongside another solo hiker he had encountered partway through the canyon. someone who had, in his words, made the whole trip considerably less lonely than he had expected given how quiet the canyon had felt that day. When the ranger asked for details, hoping simply to confirm this had been another permitted hiker whose exit had somehow been missed in the log, the man realized, describing the encounter out loud for the first time, that he could not actually recall the other hiker's name despite what he described as hours of casual conversation. Could not recall any specific detail of what they had discussed beyond a general impression of easy, comfortable small talk, and could not recall the specific moment or location where they had ultimately parted ways, only that at some point during the final stretch of the hike, he had simply realized he was alone again and assumed, without much thought at the time, that the other man had simply moved ahead or fallen behind at some point he hadn't consciously registered. The ranger who conducted that debrief, according to what Marcus told me, found the hiker's own visible confusion upon realizing how little he could actually recall more unsettling than anything else about the encounter. A credible, articulate, clearly rational person genuinely struggling, in real time, to explain why hours spent in close company with another person had left behind so little specific, retrievable memory, despite the hiker's own confident insistence, right up until he tried to describe it in detail, that the encounter had felt entirely normal and unremarkable while it was happening. I have thought about that account more than almost any other version of this pattern I ever heard, because it captures something I noticed in my own single experience with the phenomenon as well, a specific quality to the vagueness involved that felt different from ordinary forgetfulness. Most people, describing an ordinary encounter with a stranger on a trail, can usually recall at least some specific, concrete detail if pressed, a particular joke, a piece of gear they noticed, some small distinguishing feature of appearance or manner. Every account of this pattern that I am personally aware of across every instance Marcus and I discussed together described instead a strangely uniform, generalized impression of pleasant, unremarkable company, present just long enough to register clearly as a real, ordinary social encounter, and then gone in a way that left behind almost nothing specific enough to actually investigate. I no longer work in that park, but I think about that canyon sometimes, particularly on quiet days anywhere else in the backcountry when I find myself hiking alone for long stretches without encountering another person. Zion draws millions of visitors a year to its most famous overlooks and its more heavily trafficked trails, and most of those visitors will never spend a single quiet weekday hour alone in the kind of narrow, isolated canyon terrain where this particular pattern has apparently continued to surface occasionally for as long as any ranger currently on staff can recall. I never developed my own theory for what actually happens during those brief, vaguely remembered encounters, and neither, as far as I know, has anyone else who has looked into it seriously. What I can say, having experienced it once myself, and having heard enough independent, credible account from colleagues over the years, is that somewhere in that quiet stretch of Sandstone Canyon, on the right kind of still, empty weekday, a solo hiker moving through the deepest, most isolated section of that terrain has a real chance of briefly, pleasantly, and almost entirely unmemorably not being quite as alone as the park's own official head count would otherwise suggest. The Lantern at Crater Lake. I worked 5 seasons as a backcountry ranger at Crater Lake National Park, mostly assigned to overnight patrol duty along the rim trail that circles the caldera, a nearly complete loop of high-elevation trail with sweeping views down into one of the deepest and clearest lakes in the world. Crater Lake is a smaller park compared to some of the larger western parks, but the terrain around the rim is genuinely demanding, exposed to severe alpine weather even in summer, snowbound for a significant portion of the year, and geologically unlike almost anywhere else in the country. An enormous volcanic caldera formed by the collapse of an ancient mountain nearly 8,000 years ago. Every ranger who works overnight rim patrol long enough eventually hears about the lantern, a small, steady point of light periodically reported moving slowly along a specific unmaintained stretch of the rim on the caldera's less accessible western side, an area with no official trail, no maintained overlook, and no legitimate reason for any visitor or staff member to be present after dark. I want to describe how consistently this pattern has been reported over the decades, because the consistency itself is what eventually convinced me and most of the longtime staff I worked alongside that whatever explanation eventually accounts for it, simple visitor error or reflected light from some mundane source, seems increasingly unlikely the longer the pattern continues. I first learned about the lantern during my second season from a district supervisor named Wendell Castro, who had worked that rim district for close to 18 years by the time I met him. He mentioned it during a routine overnight patrol briefing, in the same practical tone he used for describing weather hazards or wildlife activity, that if I ever found myself doing overnight patrol along that particular stretch of the western rim, I might occasionally see a single point of light moving slowly along the caldera edge below the maintained trail, and that I should simply note it in my patrol log the way I would note any unusual observation, without treating it as an emergency. Requiring investigation, since decades of documented sightings had never once been connected to an actual missing person, stranded hiker, or any other legitimate safety concern. I asked him, naturally, what he thought the light actually was. He told me the working theory among park staff for most of his career had been some kind of reflected light effect, moonlight or starlight catching mineral deposits along the caldera's exposed volcanic rock in a way that could plausibly create the illusion of a moving point of light from a distance, a phenomenon he acknowledged was speculative but that remained, in his experience, the most commonly repeated explanation whenever the topic came up among staff who preferred not to dwell on. Stranger possibilities. He was quick to add, though, that this explanation had never fully satisfied him personally, for reasons that became clearer to me once he described his own direct experience with the phenomenon. Wendell told me that on more than one occasion over his career, he had observed the light closely enough, using both binoculars and, in one instance, a handheld spotting scope, to notice details inconsistent with any simple reflection effect. The light, he said, did not simply glimmer or flicker the way sunlight or moonlight reflecting off mineral deposits typically would, but instead maintained a remarkably steady, warm, toned glow, closer in character to an actual flame or oil lantern than to any reflected celestial light, and it moved with a consistency and apparent purpose that a passive reflection effect should not produce, following what looked, from a distance, like a deliberate, unhurried walking pace along a section of unstable, unmaintained terrain that would be genuinely difficult and dangerous for any actual person to traverse safely in darkness. I experienced this myself directly in my third season during a routine overnight patrol along the rim in early September, a clear, calm night with excellent visibility across the caldera. Sometime after midnight, scanning the western rim out of habit more than any specific expectation, I noticed a small, steady point of warm-colored light moving slowly along the base of the caldera wall, while below the maintained trail, in a section of terrain I knew from daytime patrols to be steep, loose volcanic scree, the kind of ground that would be exceptionally difficult and dangerous to traverse even in full daylight with proper equipment. I watched the light for what I estimated afterward to be close to 15 minutes, using my own binoculars to observe it as closely as the distance and darkness allowed. The light maintained a slow, steady pace, moving in a manner that, if it truly represented a person carrying an actual lantern, would suggest someone deliberately picking their way across genuinely hazardous terrain with remarkable confidence and care, an image that struck me as deeply unsettling given how well I knew that particular stretch of ground from my own daytime work there. I attempted to raise any other staff on radio to confirm what I was seeing, and another ranger stationed at a different overlook that same night confirmed she could see the same light from her own position, independently describing its color, pace, and general trajectory in terms that matched my own observation closely enough that we were both confident we were looking at the same phenomenon rather than two unrelated visual effects. The light eventually receded from view, disappearing behind a section of terrain that blocked our sight line rather than fading out the way a flame extinguishing or a reflection effect ending would typically appear. Neither of us attempted to investigate further that night, given the genuine physical danger of attempting to navigate that terrain in darkness, even with proper equipment, and I logged the observation factually in my patrol report the following morning, exactly as Wendell had instructed new rangers to do. I brought my experience to Wendell afterward, and he told me it matched in remarkable detail several of his own most vivid encounters with the phenomenon over the years, particularly the specific quality of the light's warm, steady glow and its unhurried, apparently deliberate pace across terrain that should have made confident, steady movement essentially impossible for any actual person without specialized equipment and extensive familiarity with that exact stretch of ground. I want to describe one additional detail Wendell shared with me, one that had never made it into any official park report because it seemed too speculative and too disconnected from any measurable safety concern to warrant formal documentation. He told me that in his research into the park's own historical records, curious enough over the years to look for any older reference to the phenomenon predating his own tenure, he had found a brief mention in a 1920s-era Park Service report describing early rim patrols, noting that a ranger stationed at the park during its earliest years as a fully established national park had reported, almost as an aside within a broader seasonal summary, occasionally observing what the report described only as a wandering light along the western caldera wall, with no further elaboration and no indication that the observation was treated as anything beyond a passing curiosity at the time. That reference, as far as either of us had ever been able to determine, represented the earliest documented mention of the phenomenon, predating both of our careers by the better part of a century, and suggesting that whatever produces the light has apparently been doing so in that same general location for as long as the park itself has existed in its modern form, and quite possibly considerably longer than that, given how sparse and incomplete official records from that earliest era of the park's history tend to be. I want to share one more account from a seasonal interpretive ranger named Odalise Ferrante, who worked evening programs at the park during 2 of my own seasons there, unrelated to backcountry patrol work, but who had, on one occasion, observed the phenomenon herself while closing up an evening program at one of the rim's more accessible overlooks well after the scheduled event had ended. She described watching the light for a shorter period than my own encounter, perhaps 5 minutes, before it disappeared from view, and mentioned a detail neither Wendell nor I had specifically noted in our own observations, that she had, in the moment, felt an unmistakable, specific impression that the light was, in some sense she couldn't fully explain, aware of her own presence watching it, not in any overtly threatening way, but with a quality she described as similar to noticing someone had made eye contact with you from across a room, a subtle but unmistakable sense of mutual awareness that she found more unsettling in retrospect than the light itself. I have thought about that detail more than almost any other account I ever heard connected to the lantern, because it introduces a dimension to the phenomenon that neither Wendell's decades of observation nor my own single encounter had specifically identified, the suggestion that whatever produces that light might not simply be a passive natural phenomenon or an unexplained but essentially neutral visual effect, but something that registers, in some limited way, the presence of an observer, watching it from a distance. I no longer work at that park, but I think about that western rim sometimes, particularly on clear nights anywhere else when I find myself looking out across open, dark terrain the way rim patrol duty trained me to do almost automatically after enough seasons of the habit. Crater Lake's caldera is a genuinely singular geological feature, formed by a catastrophic volcanic collapse that reshaped an entire mountain within a matter of days nearly 8,000 years ago. And I have come to believe, without any way of proving it, that a landscape born from that kind of violent, sudden transformation might hold on to certain things differently than more gradually formed terrain elsewhere. A small, steady, patient light continuing its slow path along an unstable caldera, wall that no living person has ever been able to safely reach. Watched by enough credible witnesses across enough decades that very few of us who ever actually saw it for ourselves have ever managed to fully convince ourselves it was nothing more than an unusual trick of reflected starlight. The ranger who aged backwards. I worked 8 seasons as a backcountry and interpretive ranger at Badlands National Park in South Dakota, a landscape of eroded sedimentary buttes, deep canyons, and open mixed grass prairie that looks, in certain light, almost like the surface of another planet. Badlands is a smaller park compared to some of the larger western units, but its terrain compresses an enormous amount of geological history into a relatively compact footprint. Layers of rock exposed by millions of years of erosion, fossil beds that have produced some of the most significant paleontological finds in North America, and a visitor experience built heavily around the park's own institutional history, including a substantial archive of photographs, documents, and oral histories, collected over the better part of a century since the area was first protected. I want to describe a specific piece of that archive and a specific colleague because the two are connected in a way that has never left me since I first noticed it during my 4th season working there. The park maintains an extensive photographic collection documenting staff and operations going back to the earliest days of federal management in that area, stored partly in physical archives at the Visitor Center and partly, in more recent decades, digitized and made available to current staff for research and interpretive purposes. Most of these older photographs show exactly what you would expect: rangers and naturalists in outdated uniforms, vehicles and equipment that mark clearly which decade the photograph belongs to, weathered faces that age visibly across the collection the way any historical photographic record naturally would. One photograph in that archive, dated according to its original catalog card to the summer of 1954, shows a small group of seasonal interpretive staff posed in front of the park's original visitor contact station, all identified by name on the back of the print in period-appropriate handwriting. One of those names, a woman identified as a seasonal naturalist, is recorded simply as R. Voss, with no further biographical detail included anywhere in the archive's own records beyond that single photograph and the brief caption identifying her role that season. I first noticed the photograph during a routine archive digitization project I was assigned to help with during my 4th season, part of a broader effort to preserve the park's older physical photographs before further deterioration made scanning them impractical. I want to describe my reaction to that specific photograph as carefully and honestly as I can, because it is the entire foundation of everything that follows in this story, and I have turned it over in my own mind more times than I can count, trying to find a more comfortable explanation than the one I eventually settled on. The woman identified as R. Voss in that 1954 photograph appeared, to my immediate and unmistakable recognition, to be the same person as a colleague I had been working alongside for the entirety of my own 4 seasons at the park, a longtime interpretive ranger named Renata Voss, who had, by her own account and by every personnel record the park currently maintained, worked at Badlands for just over 11 years at that point, well within a normal, unremarkable career timeline for a Park Service employee and who appeared, in every practical sense, to be a woman in her early to mid-40s. I want to be precise about what I mean by unmistakable recognition, because I understand how easily this kind of claim can be dismissed as simple pattern matching, the human tendency to see resemblance in old photographs where none meaningfully exists. This was not a vague, general similarity in appearance. The photograph showed a specific distinctive facial structure, a particular asymmetry in how her smile favored one side, a specific style of standing with weight shifted on one hip that I had personally observed Renata do dozens of times during ordinary conversations at the visitor center, details specific and consistent enough that when I first saw the photograph, my immediate, unguarded reaction was simply to wonder how Renata had ended up in a costume photograph from a historical reenactment event I hadn't been told about before the catalog card's actual date registered with me, and I realized the photograph was not a reenactment at all, but an authentic period photograph from 1954. I brought the photograph to Renata directly, expecting, reasonably, that she would either laugh at the resemblance as an amusing coincidence or explain some family connection, a grandmother or great-aunt who happened to share her name, and an unusually strong family resemblance. Her actual reaction was different from either of those expectations in a way I have never fully been able to shake. She looked at the photograph for a long moment, said nothing at first, and then told me, in a tone I can only describe as carefully neutral, that she was aware of the photograph, that she had seen it herself years earlier during her own orientation to the park's archive, and that she preferred not to discuss it further. I want to emphasize how unusual that response was, given how open and forthcoming Renata had always been about every other aspect of her personal and professional history in the years I had known her. She was by every other measure a warm, talkative colleague who freely discussed her family, her background, her path into Park Service work, the kind of person who made small talk easily and often during long shifts at the visitor center. Her sudden, uncharacteristic reticence on this single specific topic struck me immediately as different from her ordinary personality in a way that made me reluctant to press her further in that moment, though it did nothing to reduce my own private curiosity about what the photograph actually represented. I brought the matter instead to a longtime maintenance supervisor named Oren Castellanos, who had worked at the PAR for over 30 years, and who I hoped might have some institutional memory of the photograph or of Renata's own hiring history that could offer a more comfortable explanation than the one I found myself reluctantly considering. Oren told me he did, in fact, remember the photograph, and that it had been a quiet subject of occasional speculation among longtime staff for years before I ever noticed it myself, though nobody currently on staff, as far as he was aware, had ever pursued the matter formally enough to reach any kind of definitive conclusion. He told me something that unsettled me considerably more than the photograph itself had, which was that Renata's personnel file, which he had access to review in a limited administrative capacity given his own seniority, showed a hiring date consistent with her own stated 11 years of service, complete with standard employment documentation, background check records, and tax and benefits paperwork spanning that entire period, all of it internally consistent and unremarkable in every way. Except for one detail he had noticed himself years earlier and never fully resolved, that Renata's file contained no employment history whatsoever prior to her hiring at Badlands, no previous employer references, no earlier tax records cross-referenced through the standard federal hiring background check process, nothing at all documenting where she had lived, worked, or existed as an adult before the specific date her Badlands employment record began. I asked him whether that kind of gap was genuinely unusual, since I understood that federal hiring background checks, however thorough, occasionally produce incomplete records for candidates who had spent time abroad, worked in informal, or underdocumented employment situations, or simply had unusually sparse paper trails for entirely mundane reasons. He told me he had wondered the same thing himself and had, at one point years earlier, quietly asked a colleague in human resources whether a background check with that specific pattern of complete absence prior to a single starting date was something they had encountered before with other employees. The answer he received, relayed to him informally rather than through any official channel, was that it was unusual enough to have been flagged during Renata's original hiring process, but that her background check had ultimately cleared through whatever standard verification the federal hiring system required at the time, with no further explanation given for how a complete absence of prior employment history had satisfied whatever criteria that the process demanded. I want to describe one more piece of this story, one that I have never been able to fully reconcile with any explanation I find comfortable, involving a conversation I had with Renata herself several years after our initial exchange about the photograph. Once enough time had passed that our working relationship had settled back into its previous warmth, and I felt comfortable raising the topic again, carefully, in a way that gave her every opportunity to simply change the subject if she preferred. She did not change the subject. Instead, she told me something I've turned over in my mind more times than I can count since that conversation, delivered in the same careful, measured tone she had used the very first time I showed her the photograph. She told me that she understood how the situation must appear, and that she genuinely did not have a satisfying explanation to offer me, one that she felt confident I would find any more comfortable than my own private speculation already had. She said only that she had worked at that park for a very long time, considerably longer than her official personnel file suggested, and that she had made a personal choice, for reasons she preferred not to elaborate on, to simply continue doing the work she loved for as long as circumstances allowed her to keep doing it, without drawing further attention to details about her own history that she did not feel equipped to explain in any way that would make sense to someone else. I want to be honest that I did not push her further after that conversation, partly out of genuine respect for her clear discomfort with the topic, and partly, I'll admit, because some part of me did not want whatever answer might come from pushing harder. I continued working alongside her for the remainder of my time at that park, and our professional relationship remained exactly as warm and collegial as it had always been, the strange photograph and its stranger implications simply becoming one more quiet, unresolved piece of institutional knowledge that a handful of longtime staff carried privately rather than one that ever became an open topic of general conversation. I asked Orrin, near the end of my own time at the park, whether he had ever developed his own theory about the situation, separate from whatever official explanation existed or didn't exist in Renata's personnel file. He told me he genuinely hadn't, that in over 30 years of working alongside her himself, watching her hold the same essentially unchanged appearance across a span of time that should have produced obvious, visible aging in any ordinary person, he had simply come to accept it as one of the enduring, unexplained features of that particular park, the same way he had come to accept certain unusual geological formations or unexplained fossil discoveries as simply part of the landscape's own accumulated strangeness, without ever needing every mystery resolved to keep doing the work in front of him. I no longer work at that park, but I think about Renata sometimes and about that photograph, particularly whenever I encounter an old archival image anywhere else showing a long-dead historical figure who happens to share, by pure coincidence, some passing resemblance to someone I know today. Most of the time, of course, it really is nothing more than coincidence. The ordinary limits of human facial variation producing occasional resemblances across generations that mean nothing beyond simple chance. But I have never been able to fully convince myself that was all the 1954 photograph represented, not after Renata's own careful, unsatisfying non-answer, and not after Oren's quiet confirmation that her personnel file held a gap in its history that nobody in a position to investigate it further had ever managed, or perhaps ever truly wanted, to fully resolve. Badlands National Park sits atop geological layers that record hundreds of thousands of years of deposition and erosion. A landscape built almost entirely out of deep time, made visible in exposed rock. I have come to believe, without any way of proving it, that a place built so thoroughly around the visible, physical presence of accumulated time might occasionally hold onto a person the same patient way it holds onto everything else, quietly, indefinitely, long after the ordinary rules of aging and personnel records would otherwise suggest they should have moved on. The snowbound station that never got cold. I worked 6 winters as a ranger at Voyageurs National Park in northern Minnesota, a park built almost entirely around water, a network of interconnected lakes along the Canadian border accessible in summer by boat and in winter by ski, snowshoe, or snowmobile once the ice thickens enough to travel safely across it. Winter operations at Voyageurs are a different kind of job entirely from the park's busier ice-free months. A skeleton crew maintaining a presence across a landscape that regularly drops well below 0 degrees Fahrenheit for extended stretches, sometimes for weeks at a time, with wind chill making actual felt temperatures considerably more severe than the thermometer alone would suggest. The park maintains a handful of remote winter outposts across its more isolated lake systems, small heated cabins used by rangers doing extended winter patrol rotations, checking ice conditions, monitoring wildlife activity, and maintaining a general safety presence for the small number of winter visitors who venture out onto the frozen lake systems for ice fishing or backcountry skiing. Every one of these outposts is equipped with a standard propane heating system and backup wood stove, both carefully maintained and inspected on a regular schedule, given how genuinely dangerous heating failure can become in that kind of extreme winter environment. I want to describe a specific outpost, one I'll refer to here simply as the Kabetogama Station after the general area of the park it serves, because every ranger who has done winter rotation duty there long enough eventually notices something about its heating behavior that defies straightforward explanation, a pattern that has been informally tracked by park staff for long enough that it has become, functionally, an accepted piece of institutional knowledge, even though it has never been formally investigated or documented in any official facilities report. Every other winter outpost in that park, without exception, shows temperature readings that track closely and predictably with outside conditions, dropping noticeably during severe cold snaps, even with the heating system running at full capacity, requiring rangers to actively manage fuel consumption and supplement with a wood stove during the coldest stretches of the season, exactly the way you would expect any heated structure to behave in that kind of genuinely brutal winter environment. The Kabetogama Station does not behave this way. Its interior temperature, according to decades of informally logged observations by rotating winter staff, has never once been recorded dropping below approximately 55 degrees Fahrenheit, regardless of how severe the outside conditions become, how much propane the heating system actually appears to be consuming, or how carefully rangers monitor and adjust the system settings during their rotations there. I first learned about this pattern during my second winter from a district supervisor named Callum Brennan who had overseen winter operations in that district for close to 15 years by the time I met him. He mentioned it during a routine winter briefing, in the same practical, matter-of-fact tone he used for describing ice safety protocols or emergency evacuation procedures, that the Kabetogama Station's heating system behaved unusually consistently regardless of outside conditions, that this had been observed by multiple rangers across multiple winters going back further than his own tenure, and that facilities maintenance had inspected the system multiple times over the years without ever identifying any mechanical explanation for why it performed so much more efficiently than every comparable outpost in the park's inventory. I asked him the obvious question, whether this simply reflected some superior insulation quality specific to that particular cabin's construction, perhaps built with better materials or a more favorable site orientation that reduced heat loss compared to the park's other outposts. He told me that theory had been considered seriously by facilities staff over the years and had eventually been ruled out through direct comparative testing. Since a facilities inspector, curious enough to investigate the pattern rigorously, had at one point installed identical insulation monitoring equipment at both the Cabello Gama station and a comparable outpost elsewhere in the park, tracking heat loss rates directly rather than simply relying on interior temperature readings that could theoretically be explained by superior construction alone. The results of that comparison, according to Callum, showed the Cabello Gama station's actual heat loss rate through its walls and roof to be entirely unremarkable, consistent with the park's other outposts of similar age and construction, meaning the cabin was losing heat to the outside environment at essentially the same rate as every comparable structure, while somehow maintaining an interior temperature dramatically warmer than its own heating system's rated capacity and fuel consumption should have been able to produce under those conditions. I experienced this discrepancy directly myself during my third winter, assigned a 2-week solo rotation at the Cabello Gama station during a particularly severe cold snap that brought outside temperatures down to nearly 30 below zero for several consecutive days, conditions that required careful, constant management of the heating systems at every other outpost in the park's network, according to radio reports I received from colleagues stationed elsewhere. My own propane heater, running at what its display indicated was a completely standard, moderate setting rather than anything approaching maximum output, maintained the cabin's interior at a comfortable, genuinely surprising 62 degrees throughout the entire cold snap, without any need for me to supplement with the wood stove even once, despite having brought in a full winter supply of split firewood, specifically anticipating that I would need it under those conditions. I want to describe the specific unease this produced in me, because it was different from simple gratitude for an unexpectedly comfortable posting. I checked the propane tank levels daily as part of standard safety protocol, and found consumption rates entirely consistent with what a moderate heating setting should require, meaning the system was not simply burning through fuel at an accelerated rate to produce that extra warmth, but was somehow generating considerably more heat output than its own rated capacity and measured fuel consumption should have allowed. I checked the thermostat and heating unit itself for any obvious malfunction that might explain a miscalibrated reading, and found everything functioning within completely normal parameters according to every diagnostic check available to me in the field. I logged the observation factually in my patrol report at the end of that rotation, exactly as I would document any unusual equipment behavior, and mentioned it to Callum directly upon my return to the district office. He told me my experience matched, in specific detail, dozens of similar reports he had collected informally from other rangers over his own 15 years overseeing that district, and that the pattern had become consistent and well established enough among longtime staff that most winter rangers, by the time they finished their first rotation there, simply came to expect and appreciate the station's unusual comfort without feeling any particular need to question it further. I want to describe one additional detail Callum shared with me, one that had never made it into any official facilities report because it seemed too speculative to document formally, involving the station's own construction history. He told me that in researching the cabin's origins years earlier, curious enough to look into whether its unusual thermal behavior might connect to some specific feature of its original construction, he had found records indicating the cabin had originally been built not by the Park Service itself, but by an earlier private lodge operation that predated the park's establishment in the 1970s. Constructed sometime in the 1930s, according to the earliest available property. Records, using local labor and materials in a style consistent with other lodge-era buildings scattered throughout that region of northern Minnesota before large-scale federal land acquisition brought the area under park protection decades later. Those older property records included a brief, unelaborated notation, apparently transcribed from an even earlier handwritten ledger that no longer survived in its original form, describing the cabin as having been built on a site the original lodge owners referred to, without further explanation, as the Warm Spring Ground, a name that predated any documented natural spring or geothermal feature anywhere in that specific area, according to modern Park Service geological surveys, which have found no evidence of any unusual subsurface heat source anywhere near the Cabedogama Station's actual location. I want to share one more account from a wildlife biologist named Petra Solheim, who conducted a winter wolf tracking study in that district for 2 consecutive seasons, requiring her to spend considerable time at the Cabedogama Station as her primary winter research base. She told me she had, out of her own scientific curiosity, attempted a more rigorous investigation than any previous ranger had specifically undertaken, installing calibrated temperature sensors at multiple points throughout the cabin's interior and exterior walls, hoping to identify whether the unusual warmth originated from some specific, localized source rather than being evenly distributed throughout the structure the way a properly functioning heating system would typically produce. Her sensor data, collected over several weeks of continuous monitoring, showed something she found genuinely difficult to explain through any conventional theory, a slight but measurable and consistent warmth gradient originating from beneath the cabin's floor, warmer at floor level than at ceiling height in a pattern inverted from what typical convective heating would normally produce. Since warm air generated by a standard heating unit ordinarily rises and accumulates near the ceiling rather than concentrating near the floor, she documented this pattern consistently across several weeks of monitoring, and when she raised it with a colleague who specialized in geothermal research at a nearby university, hoping for some scientific explanation, received a response acknowledging the data was genuinely unusual, but declining to offer any confident theory without a far more extensive and expensive subsurface survey than either her research budget or the park's own facilities budget could reasonably support. I no longer work at that park, but I think about the Cabedogama Station sometimes, particularly during severe cold snaps anywhere else when I find myself appreciating, in a much more ordinary way, whatever heating system happens to be keeping me comfortable. Voyagers is a park defined almost entirely by water and ice, by the enormous, patient geological processes that carved its interconnected lake systems out of ancient bedrock over countless thousands of years, and I have come to believe, without any way of proving it, that a landscape shaped so thoroughly by water might hold on to warmth in certain specific places the same patient way it holds on to everything else, quietly, consistently, defying the ordinary rules of heat loss and fuel consumption for reasons that no facilities inspection, insulation comparison, or calibrated sensor array has ever managed to fully explain.